Boys and girls, hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Good morning. How are we all doing? Black Friday today, isn't it? I think it is. That means Team America must have been all thankful and all that. Now it's now it's chaos in the shops. Is anybody else kind of a bit bored of Black Friday though these days? Considering it's no longer one day. It was bad enough when Black Friday went from being one day to being a week. And then it went from being a week to being 2 weeks. And now it's Black Month all of a sudden. And I thought that comes earlier in the year. But whatever. Good morning, boys and girls. You are out there shopping. I'm sure there's some goodies to be had. Actually think Twitch is doing a gifted sub promo at the moment. Because of course they are. Feel free to hook your brother up if you wish, but no requirements. Right, let's get the stream on the go today. Once Mr. Coffee is done from over there, today we're going to try and hunt down what we suspect to be some of the better concentration crafting builds and options. So that we can sort of maybe point people in the right direction on what they might want to do with all these old army characters they're crafting right now. That's the theory, at least. That's the theory. I do still have blacksmithing. You'll notice blacksmithing is missing off this list. Max build tunes 1. You will notice blacksmithing is missing off this list. I will have a quick look at blacksmithing, but I'm not going to go into anywhere near the level of detail I've gone into because I'm pretty sure I know what the crack is with it. It's going to basically be... Why have we got 2 that say favourites? How's that work then? How's that work? Okay, odd. Max build 2. You in there, you in there, you in there. We'll get the profession tools and stuff on these guys as well. I don't know why we've got 2 called favourites. We need to have a quick look at blacksmithing. Blacksmithing. Never been much into it. Used to buy some games on Steam, but at the point I realised I've just hundreds of them, most of which I never touch. Yeah, I get that for sure. The thing is, Black Friday now is a good opportunity if you're proactive about stuff to grab a few Christmas presents for others, really. That's the way I utilise Black Friday these days. I use November as the month to buy stuff. And it also means you can spread the cost out of Christmas a little bit. If you leave buying gifts for people until late, it puts a real strain on the bank balance in December, a month which is usually quite expensive. Festive and fun, but usually quite expensive. Spreading it over 2 months is usually not a terrible idea. Is my coffee done? I've been up for hours already. What time is it now? It's 11 AM for me. Did I do a Discord ping? It's 11 AM for me. I did. I've been up since like 6 this morning, so this is why I'm on round of coffee number 2. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, you can see the puppies there, look. Tula is taking a nap. Alma is also taking a nap. Nipsu is at my feet. And Papa is actually in the main house today. As it's raining, it's nasty weather outside. She took one look outside and was like, fuck that. She went into the garden to do her business and then promptly went back in the house. She was like, I ain't having none of that. So there's only 3 dogs with me today. Let's make a blacksmith real quick then. It's how is that the default? Oh god. Oh, that's the most fantastic default troll I've ever seen. Are these default ones completely randomized? Because that's hysterical. Okay. That's not what I was actually looking for, but sure. Wait, hang on. Why has everybody got pink hair all of a sudden? Is it just the trolls? Is that default on a troll these days? Sure. Okay. The blacksmith. You're a max build toon. I didn't make much in this. What have I done? Oh, I've only made half a... Okay, this is going to be strong then. I must have not put as much water in the machine. Oh, that's more like a mug of espresso. That's a spicy meatball. But yeah, the main goal is to take a look at some of the concentration build options today, since everybody making 101 million. What's going on here? What's going on here? If we had a new build, what are you doing? Turn everything off. Disable everything. It's like the stream's going all day today. Well, partly the reason I was up early is because both Alma and Solo are off for a weekend away. I have a big family event to attend tomorrow, which is in the evening, and also is not a dog-friendly situation. So I've had to arrange for Alma and Sula to go on a mini weekend break. My other two dogs are coming with us and are staying at my sister-in-law's place. We thought it smart to take only 2 dogs to their place rather than all 4. But this means later today we have to do a whole bunch of ferrying dogs different places. So my plan was actually to start early today. It didn't happen, but it does unfortunately mean the stream won't be any longer than normal. Even though it is Pizza Friday, I'm going to have to sacrifice my Pizza Friday because we're probably going to have to eat on the road today, but it's all good. It's all good. It does mean I'm not going to get to play any video games at the weekend as well. This is literally the last day of video gaming for me until December. Have some pizza for breakfast. Well, that could also maybe work. That's a viability. Oh, I ordered my advent calendar, by the way. The advent calendar is meant to turn up today. At least Mr. Postman says it's going to turn up today. It also means on Monday, it's December the 1st already. That's crept up on us real fast. I know I say this every single year, but this calendar year has gone mental quick. Super duper mega quick. A lot quicker than I'm used to them going. But I guess that happens every time, right? Feels like it.
Yeah, what do you want?
We are going to need... What are we going to need for blacksmithing? We're going to need a blacksmithing hammer, aren't we? That's got to be on this list here somewhere. Will be on here somewhere. There we go. Blacksmith hammer.
Be careful out there.
We need a blacksmithing goodie bag. Blacksmithing goods. That's the one. We're going to need a brain, and we're going to need a pentagold polyhedron.
We shall meet again.
What's in here then? Copper, tin. Going to give us a bunch of alloys. We'll make those ourselves. Thorium then. Does it not? Oh, it does give us silver. We'll make the alloys ourselves in order to simulate how blacksmithing is kind of meant to feel. We might not need much more than that. I bet there's vendor mats all over the place, isn't there? There's vendor mats probably all over some sort of flux or something. There's always some sort of flux. Right, first attempt at leveling blacksmithing. Let's hope this is not too painful. This is the last profession I need to just sort of test and have a little bit of a look at. And then once more people are here, once the stream's got going, in about an hour's time, we should be able to, like, properly focus on the concentration stuff. Wonder if leatherworking and engineering are going to be better this time for concentration. I'm going to be brutally honest, it feels like what was good will probably still continue to be good, and it's mostly because of the kind of professions, what their focus is, right? Blacksmithing, tailoring, leatherworking, they're predominantly focused upon making gear for other people, so it doesn't really fit the concentration mold to begin with. Engineering kind of falls into that category as well, but there's a bit of a crossover between the two, so it makes me think that enchanting, inscription, jewel crafting, and maybe a bit of alchemy in there are probably going to be the top 4 again for concentration. Or at least the ones you should probably make alts for, in theory. Enchanting, jewel crafting, alchemy already feel like my top 3. Which is probably not any surprise to anybody, as that's basically the meta from the War Within anyway. It's whether crafting the gems is going to hold much value with concentration that will determine whether jewel crafting is good or not. But I don't really think it's going to be all that different. It's more about trying to like pinpoint and focus what actual crafts I think might be good. We'll have to try and use a little bit of maths to try and maybe simulate. Not in great. To be fair, this could more easily be done in a spreadsheet, but I'm not extracting every craft, every recipe into a spreadsheet just for the sake of finding stuff for concentration. It's a little bit too much like hard work. Before, I've toyed with the idea of making a crafting spreadsheet for Midnight. I've toyed with the idea, but on the flip side, I also simultaneously know that K-Chak's probably going to do a much quicker... in fact, K-Chak's probably already done it. And if somebody out there in the community's already got a good one, I tend not to feel it's too much value to go out there and do something myself unless I can do it better. And I'm not going to have the time or the skill set, I don't think, to do a better job. So it might not be worth... It might not be worth... But I haven't decided yet. Might just be an adult thing. We tend to black out most of the year. I mean, true. This is also a downside of adults having to do adult things a lot, doesn't it? It's why I quite like the career path I've taken. That my adulting is not too dissimilar to what most people do in their off time and as a hobby. So it's a nice position to be in. Speaking of the viable professions, fishing will be up there for the first few weeks. You need 16 fish per lure. Oh, what, for the skinning stuff? Yeah. The skinning stuff will be this for the skinning lures. Especially since there's now three majestic materials, isn't there? I mean, the whole expansion. I do hope that they find more. The Superb Beast Fang. Superb Beast Fang was not really as big of a hit as it could have been. It was a good implementation that you had to like put a lure down in a very specific spot to, you know, attract a very specific beast that was then max level, that then required you to be reasonably leveled as a skinner to be able to do it. Like I really liked the concept of the Superb Beast Fang, and I'm quite sure there's people that made money off it the entire expansion long. But I'd hope that they can weave it into the system a little bit more to keep demand for them up for a lot longer.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Hey! Hey, thank you very much for the 13. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Happy Black Friday to you if that's your jam. It's more like Cobra scale situation since the majestic items are not guaranteed drop. Seem to be quite low drop even. Oh wow, okay. So I'm right in assuming then that people have started to find where the beasts are. To be able to summon them up, get them killed. Yeah, if it's more like Cobra scale, that's going to be an interesting one. Cobra scale being the Dragonflight one, right? That's cool. We'll look into that in a little bit more detail. Squirrels are getting me here, clearly. I'm going to need flux, aren't I? I knew I was going to need a bunch of flux.
Hey, how you doing?
Can I just buy 1 billion flux? Was it not in my goodie bag? Did I not get flux in my goodie bag? What's the point of giving me a blacksmithing goodie bag if you don't give me no flux? Okay, apparently not.
Interesting.
Let's find it on this list. So it's Friday. I've put like old school club classics on in the background. So if you're, is that it? Luminant Flux? I didn't think that's what it was called. Oh, they've changed the name of it. Okay, cool. So if you are not jamming on this Friday, please consider watching via YouTube where there's no music. But I needed some tunes this morning. Right, some flux. I'm sure I'll need other stuff, but let's see.
Greetings, traveler.
I'm hoping blacksmithing is a profession that's a little bit more complete. A good part of them is a good part of all of the professions feel relatively broken so far. I've found an awful lot of bugs in all of them. But right, what we get from the word go, we get waystone, we get our stonework, and we get ingots. There's never going to not be a need for these ingots, and we're probably going to go through a bunch of these. So craft a bunch of these to get some early skill points. Probably for as long as we can get skill points, we probably should, because it's not like we're not going to use them. Moxie needed for tools yet? I don't think there's a beta build this week. I think the next beta build comes next week because of Thanksgiving in America. They haven't done a build this week. Which would lead me to believe probably not yet. But they'll add it at some point. Okay, we're not getting points much past 10 anyway. Blacksmithing is going to play out much like leatherworking and stuff, I imagine. It's going to be just a craft a few of each of the pieces of armor and then move on, unless there is something that is significantly more valuable to craft on that path. Then we use some of the ingots with some more to make some basic bits of gear. The alternative is we go into making tools, but these are more expensive, so you're probably not going to craft these for the purpose of leveling. These become the cheapest. These are actually more expensive because they're going to use more materials. Hammers. Hammers are actually... Did we just learn the hammer right then? When did we learn the hammer? The hammer actually appears to be probably the cheapest item. Assuming you pick up some stone from Jawncrafters. Using only one copper alloy, though, does make that the cheapest thing. So let's grab some shrouded stone for the inventory. Oh, it's literally there. Just for the numbers.
Peace, friend.
Question is, what are you gonna do for 3 more months? I'm bored as hell. Well, from a goblin perspective, decor has the possibility to keep us pretty busy should you wish to chase after that. Now, it depends what the boom is going to be on people buying the crafted stuff and just how competitive it is. So there's some goblin activities for sure. The problem for that, for a lot of people, is that it will mostly revolve around flying around through different zones and farming lumber, which is not my jam, to be honest, in the first place. But as of next week, as of Decor coming out, I have a few plans of things that will keep us busy for sure. But December's also a busy month, so I genuinely don't mind if there's not too much going on. Housing turning up, tinkering with some housing. Maybe in a week or so's time, we can do a little mini sort of mini exploration of people's houses. Who would live in a house like this? We can make a little event or something out of that. I need to log on to retail actually, and not even logging on to retail at the moment is problematic because I need to make sure no refunds is up and running and the few officers are assigned and some guild invites can be sent out and people can get their plots on the neighborhood and whatever. I can sense it already, the decor market will die very quickly due to too many crafters will try and compete on the market. Well, there is part of me that agrees with you, but the part of me that agrees with you is from the perspective of all of the other materials. I know there are people that would have squirreled away materials for months at this point, and it's going to act much like when we go from one patch to another. This is now a system that we've seen happen many a time over, where I suspect there will be a huge dumping of materials next week because everybody will just like think, right, this is the boom, and they'll dump all of the materials, and that will probably cause not much movement in the market price of stuff, and in fact it could actually also cause a lot of materials to crash in price. Interestingly, at the very same point where you would think there'd be the highest demand for them. But you got to remember that crafters are going to be slowed down by the fact they have to farm the lumber. Like it could take you 20 minutes to farm the lumber to craft one item, and that one item might only take a handful of other materials. Like you might not be like most crafting, you get so used to just buying a shitload of stuff and you don't realize that you're probably buying 10 hours worth of farmed materials in one go for you to spend 20 minutes crafting something before putting it all on the auction house. That's just not going to be the way that crafted decor works. You are physically not going to be able to craft and list that much decor that quickly. So in the first week, I would expect, players in the first week will probably farm up the lumber, craft a few items, but there really will be quite a drip feed of stuff onto the auction house in the first week, I'd imagine, just purely because of how long it's going to take people to farm the lumber. And what we don't know and what we haven't really been able to test right now is just how lumber acts. Is it going to act the same way as a herb does or an ore node does? We know that it does from the perspective of that it's multi-tap, that multiple different people can tap the same or chop the same tree. We know that, we've tested that already, but what's the spawn rate going to be on it? What happens when you've got 10 people trying to, all fly around the same? Is it going to dramatically reduce the amount of lumber you can actually get per hour? Even on the beta right now, even people who have tested it have flown around and have been like, you only get like 100 lumber an hour. And that's if you're like banging trees like properly. It's going to be, it's going to have to ramp up, right? It's going to ramp up, and I would imagine crafters would do themselves some justice to make sure that they don't undervalue the decor that they do craft and list. That's where I'm going to come in, because I'm probably not going to spend all that much time farming the lumber, but I'm going to have a strong idea of what the base crafting cost of an item is, and I will use that as like a guide for just flipping pieces of lumber that I see people post for, you know, vastly undervaluing that lumber. You can bet your ass that there'll be people that will farm the lumber and they'll basically just throw it up on the auction house for whatever TSM Crafting says it costs to make them, which will be problematic for them because it won't value the lumber correctly. Depending on drop rates, I'll go for the second batch when Midnight comes out. See, the interesting thing for me is I think housing is going to be, housing's potentially going to already feel like old news by the time that Midnight actually launches, because everybody will already have their house. Everybody will already have their decor collection. Those that are serious about it will have already done it. I don't think the second wave is going to be that substantial. And also you have to bear in mind the second wave, the auction house is already going to be fully stocked by the time Midnight actually launches. And so the scenario, the scenario is going to be very different. Decor is going to act like an expansion launch right now when it goes live next week, because we go from nobody having anything and everybody starting fresh, which is the equivalent of an expansion launch. When Midnight actually launches, from the perspective of decor, it's going to be like we go from one season to another. So, I wouldn't wait. I've seen people sort of just, I've seen people say, should I sell my stuff now or should I sell my stuff then? Do both. There's nothing stopping you doing both, right? Take advantage of this early wave. It's like saying, should I level my professions at the beginning of the expansion or wait until season 2 when everything's cheaper? Well, yeah, sure, you can wait till season 2 when everything's cheaper, but you've missed out on all of the opportunity from, the beginning. The right answer is do both. Already resold some dark iron bars and some other materials for double the price, so I'm done with the restocking. But yeah, exactly. We've seen this scenario 10 times now, haven't we? Like, the real early bird gets all of the materials really cheap. Then they sell all of those early materials for twice the price to the speculators who are buying it ahead of time, thinking that they're clearly buying it cheap because the content's not out yet. And then they'll be sorely pissed off next week when everything is only 70% of the price it is this week. And then those players will panic and they'll dump their stock, crashing the price even further. And then smart people come along and hoover it all up again to sell it, to then actually properly drip feed it back out over the next few months. It's so silly. So silly how it works, but if you're going to farm your own mats for housing and sell them, it's fine. Be careful with flipping at the moment. Oh, yeah, I mean, of course, that's the risk of flipping, isn't it? Do it right and you win big. Do it wrong and you lose hard. Housing market will be a clusterfuck for the first several weeks when every man and his dog, yes, 4 dogs, tries to sell his crafts. Many streams speculating how they'll make bank already. Yeah, the crafting side of things, I don't suspect there'll be humongous amounts. At least not on the big servers. This is one thing I can say for certain, that I do think the big servers will be properly saturated with crafted stuff. And this is also why I tend to believe there'll be a lot of people posting it like way below the value it really should be. There'll be people that will be undercutting the default crafting price of an item because they bought their materials ahead of time, right? So there'll be people that will not only value their lumber at 0, but they will also simultaneously undercut whatever the crafting price is of an item because they bought their materials like a month ago. Those will be the items that I will run around and hoover up. And I will just, you know, sell them for twice the price, or better still, buy them all off the big realms, and then take them to the small little realms where there's a lot less action going on, and just, you know, list it for double, triple the price. Farmed it so it's free, exactly. Welcome in, Mr. Wu. Good Friday, good Black Friday to you. But anyway, so many squirrels, so many of the squirrels. Can we craft a bunch of these? Did we decide we're going to craft these, or we're going to craft these? Probably these. You watch, these will go yellow at 12 now and annoy me. Nope. Good, good, good. Isn't decor region-wide? Well, early on in the beta, or when it was last tested, they go on, decor goes on individual realms. If decor does end up being region-wide, then the entire system's a bit of a bust, to be honest. It'll be a three-day fanfare, and then that'll be it if it does end up being region-wide. I actually haven't tested it recently. It means going out and farming some lumber to craft something to then actually try and put it on the auction house on the beta, and I can't be bothered. We'll find out on Tuesday. Okay, we've got to 15. We've ran out. There's the option then of making the next tier of alloys, which I presume we're going to need. If you can get skill points from them, it's usually not a bad idea to get skill points from them. Assuming we are actually going to need some of these later. What do these go into? All of the endgame stuff and the PvP stuff. So actually, for the purpose of leveling, we're probably not going to make any of these, are we? Probably not going to make any of those. There's probably not going to be... yeah, actually, this is going to be a fun one. How the hell is blacksmithing going to get to 100 without that? I guess you're going to have to pick something, aren't you? 2 ingots, 2 flux. That's pretty cheap. Three of them. The weapons, 3 ingots, 2 ingots. Everything's got 2 ingots on it. We're going to need to craft up a bunch more of them. Maybe we should have pushed this a little bit further to begin with. Yes, 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 yes. No. Why, when I press that X, does it close the flipping? Oh, I'll put the blacksmithing tool up there, sure. Go up, go away. Okay. I guess it's also quite common at this point for people to just look at this and go, oh, I'll tell you what, I'll harvest all my first time crafts. Even though sensible out there, wait a little while, but all of these still giving 2 guaranteed skill points makes me feel like these haven't been balanced yet. Because you are never this lucky to have this many options for something to level up. Yeah, and everything is taking just 2 ingots. Equally makes me think that that's not finished yet. That doesn't make any sense, does it really? 4, 4, 3. These still only take 2. Craft a few bonus ones if that's the case. That gets us to 35. Out of alloys again. Blacksmithing's the easiest ones to set up, I think. Alloy Conc Army. I've heard early reports that crafting alloys is so flipping ridiculously easy that there's probably going to be no money in it. I can tell you categorically there'll be even less money in it because there isn't an epic one. Sanctified alloys being epic and using a bunch of big, fancy, expensive materials was where the money was in alloys with the concentration army in the War Within. At least in season 1, of course, when all of the null stones and tinderboxes and stuff was expensive. But with the level of simplification, no ever-burning ignition buff to trick people into accidentally crafting without the buff up. Alloys feel... I mean, alloys were literally one of the most competitive markets I've ever seen in the War Within. At least on the EU, all of the ingots and alloys were just like crazy competitive. You were really riding on the fact that you had to craft in bulk. You had to sort of pray to RNGesus for good procs on them as well. Of course, for concentration, you could squeeze out some more profit from the whole system, but I'm not so convinced they're going to be as lucrative this time around. But we'll get onto that in a minute. We're not totally looking at concentration options just yet. We'll do that once I've got this last profession sort of reviewed and overlooked. These only require 2. 37, 38, 39. Still give 2. Once again, still no reason to not craft these. This is too easy. Compared to this being so easy leads you into a false sense of security because now you're going to be at like skill 50 and actually have nothing to craft. That uses 3, that uses 4. We'll craft one of those. We're out of alloys. Making rank 3 Iron Claw and charged alloys with Conc wasn't too bad. Yeah, with concentration, you could definitely squeeze some margin out of it. The mass crafters out there were struggling hard to see any profits from alloys even last expansion, which is why I don't think in Midnight it's going to be any better. With it being even more simplified, there's going to be even less money in it. I guess we still continue to craft some of these. Are these going to go yellow now? They do. Yeah, like I said, you hit level 50 and then all of a sudden it slams the brakes on. At level 50, you're banging out profession gear. Oh, interestingly, you learned the first 2 pieces of profession gear from the trainer. That's good for tailors and leatherworkers. This guarantees you skill points. This is your option, isn't it, really? It's your only option right now. Minus picking up an endgame recipe and starting to spec into whatever you actually plan to spec into. So if you are going to spec into profession, you've only really got 2 options with blacksmithing. Well, 3, but 2 of them, well, you've only got 1 option really, haven't you, with blacksmithing this time round. There is nothing in blacksmithing that is not aggressively work order bait. Minus these things. Balance your blunt weapon, increasing its attack power. Sharpen your mining, herbalism, or skinning tool, increasing finesse. Sharpen your bladed weapon, increasing attack power. Are these also not going to clash with both engineers and enchanters mana oils? Is that now 3 professions that are all vying for your weapon buff? Do they stack? Do they not stack? Making 1 from 3 alloys. You can only use 1. So you've got 3 professions all making your weapon buff. And that leads me to believe Sims will probably come along and say, this is the best one. Secondary stats are always better. So it's dead on arrival. Yeah, increasing attack power by 3 is... This one, the Razor Stone. Sharpen your mining, herbalism, or skinning tool, increasing finesse by 43 for 2 hours. Does that stack with the fishing buff? No, cooking buff. I wonder if that stacks with a cooking buff. There's a cooking buff that increases your stat of choice, if I remember. Cooking has... You can choose to increase either finesse, deafness, or perception with a cooking buff. Then you're going to increase your finesse with a razor stone. There doesn't appear to be a equivalent to a true sight vial or any sort of potion to buff your herbing and mining. So you're going to have your razor stone and your cooking buff for when you're gathering. But I would not imagine that there's going to be that much of a market for these. Nor would I imagine people are going to be so willing to pay that much of a premium for them. 43 up to 57. I mean, it's an increase, but if it ends up costing 5 times the price for a high quality one, gatherers will just use the cheap one. Because the increase to finesse is not going to be that major, probably. But there's nothing you're going to pay attention to outside of work orders. It's work order everything. You either choose weapons, you choose armor, or you choose profession gear. There's no real non-work order build, I don't think. Mostly because, like we've already been talking about, I think alloys and ingots are going to be far too easy to produce at top quality. Far too easy. 400 skill. 400 skill is quite a low number. Meaning, I think... Is it literally just the one node? 20 points in alloys? Gain the following bonus to all blacksmith crafts per point. Multi-craft ingenuity, resourcefulness. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah, they've just baked in ever-burning ignition now. And then you put 20 points in alloys and you're probably done. And you don't even need to put any points in here first. Before you can even unlock that. 4 skill when crafting alloys per point. So there's 80 skill up for grabs just from here. 80, 90, 100, 110, 120. 120 skill is on offer just for 20 points. 120 on top of that puts us at 340, which means by the time you filled that and fill that, yeah, alloys is flipping well easy. 20 points and you're done. That means there's going to be a steady supply of mass-produced Steady supply of mass-produced, high-quality ingots on the auction house within minutes. $20 points is a day one job. That's a day one job. Obviously, if there's any sort of time gating on you getting your profession tools, but that's a day one job, potentially. Yes, lumber is warbound, but of course, you then take the lumber that you farm and then you craft with it, and the crafted decor item can then be put in the auction house. But of course, it does mean anybody selling crafted lumber is also going to spend most of their time farming it first, which means it acts in the same sort of way as like Blood of Sargeras and Expulsum and, you know, past expansions have had that soulbound material. The only difference is instead of it being soulbound, it's warbound this time. So at least you don't have to technically farm it on your crafter. You can farm it on any character and just throw it in the warbank. Problem with alloy crafting is that the BiS gear is going to require concentration to craft it. Yeah, this is going to be where there's going to be a fun option for people. Now, obviously, we don't know yet just what Moxie they're going to attach to all these profession tools and stuff. We are still strongly of the belief that Moxie is going to be added to all of these, probably both the rare and the epic versions. Now, if you are looking to go the alloy crafting route, you also then potentially either you buy the rare stuff. If you plan on just using concentration. To be fair, if you're just using concentration, you don't buy any of it, right? If you're going the concentration route, you don't need any of these. You'll put your 20 points in your spectry here. Let's grab. We'll cheat and give ourselves all of the knowledge points for free, but like 20 points is flipping nothing. You fly around and pick up your treasures, right? Fly around, pick up your treasures, and you're good.
Ancestors watch over you.
You fly around, you pick up your treasures. You put 20 points in here. Oh, I nearly died. You fly around, you pick up your treasures, you put 20 points in alloys. That's already put you at 341 skill. Even if you're using concentration, look how little concentration you now need. But you don't need any of this. You don't need any of this business. 176, you're looking at 5 crafts. I'm out of coffee too. This is going to be a caffeine fueled day. Yeah, the concentration build for alloys is like super fast. Super duper mega fast. You can get going pretty quickly. Let's assume that you can get some high quality alloys. I could really do with having only quality 1 materials to test this a little bit more thoroughly. I have not found a way to cheat to get quality 1 tin ore on the thing here, but am I gaining 188 skill? Yeah, I'm gaining 188 skill from having this at high quality. But yeah, if you go the concentration route, you actually don't need anything other than the recipe, technically. You don't need anything but the recipe. You slam in some Q1 materials, and then you can start spitting them out at high quality. When it comes to profession tools, concentrate like these are like completely optional. The more The more long-term concentration build will be to get some green profession tools up here, because the assumption is that after the first week or two, those green profession tools are basically free anyway, or very, very cheap. You use them to pad your stats more than anything else. Or, to be honest, you get some bonus skill from these to help out with reducing the concentration. But concentration builds probably have no real reason to push the profession tools. You don't even really need this bar filled anymore. You are, though, going to want to put slowly a bunch of points into these trees. Multicraft being the big one. So you are going to want a sub-spec in here, which is there. You're going to want 20 points in your alloys. Real true concentration builds probably don't even need 20 points in here, to be honest, because all this is actually doing is reducing the amount of concentration it needs per craft, which is a nice long-term optimization. You actually first want 20 points in here, to be honest. Because wherever you can multi-craft, you want to multi-craft. So there's your day one 50 points kind of build. Fly around, pick up some treasures. That's 20 or so points. You pick up your knowledge point book from whichever rep dishes out the blacksmithing one. That's renown between renown 6 to 9, so your main will do that quick enough. Few first time crafts. Start banging out a few patron orders. You know, your 50 points is easy, right? 50 points is easy business. So that's putting you at a point where you can spit out your alloys realistically for 176 concentration. You get a little bit of multi-craft. It's not going to be great, but it will definitely get you on your way. We're spitting out a few high quality alloys nice and quickly. Obviously, if you drop this down to quality 1 or normal quality, or it will cost you more concentration per, but I imagine it's only going to put you in the region of about 250 concentration, meaning you'll get 4 alloys for your full bar for the cost difference between normal and high quality. It's not going to be great money. It's not great money. It's not going to be great money, but it will be. It will work. It will work. Interestingly, on the I don't have quality 1 copper. You know what? I can get some quality 1 copper. You want to watch this? Watch this. You ready? Where's it gone? No.
What brings you here?
You ready for this?
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Boom. Quality 1 copper. Yeah. So like literally with literally nothing, you can be spitting out. You could be spitting out high quality copper ingots day 1 with concentration at the cost of 5 pieces of copper ore. You're just going to have to hope that, you know, there's a bit of a markup in the difference between these two to make this one valuable. It's not going to be great though. You're still only getting, let's just say for the sake of maths, 5, maybe 6, 7 or 8 if you get lucky with your multi-craft, times whatever the difference is between a normal and a high quality one. Let's say there's a 50 gold premium on each one. 350 gold. You're only making 350 gold from your whole bar. That's not something you're going to do. That's not something you're going to do, is it? That's not worth the effort. 350 gold for 4 days worth of concentration. No thanks. Would you then step it up to these ones? I can't get cheap tin ore though. Still only 6 pieces of ore. I'm not even really convinced that alloys with concentration is going to make anybody any money. You would probably want to put the last 30 points in here as well, because this is going to increase all your stats quite substantially, especially your multi-craft. Look, every one of these nodes is boosting your multi-craft. So you eventually want this entire tree filled. But the problem is the time and effort it's going to take you to fill this entire tree. Was it 20, 40, 60, 80, 120 points? 120 points to fill this tree is too much for a concentration build. Too much for a concentration build. You might do it for the purpose of mass producing alloys, but the risk is that there won't be too much profit in mass crafting them either. That will be super duper mega competitive, and mass crafting them will require you to get these and fill this. And actually, via alloys, I have no idea how you fill this bar. No idea how you fill this bar going purely the alloy route. Not without great expense. You're going to have to spec into something else just to fill the bar. It's just icky. Not really a market that I think is going to be that lucrative. This is the problem, right? Blacksmithing is purely work orders. Spec into work orders. Do weapons, do armor, do profession tools. Pick one of the 3. The stones, the stones and the alloys, the intermediate stuff is too easy to min-max and doesn't use enough materials to make concentration that lucrative. So something I probably wouldn't recommend people focus towards. Just logged on. Are the old world mats being used to make the alloys? No. It's the names of the ore this expansion are representative of the fact that they come from vanilla, right? I'm just calling them tin and copper and silver. It's brilliant silver ore. It's refulgent copper ore. It's umbreal tin ore. They're just midnight variations of the old school ones. They're not actually the old mats, no. Alloy concentration crafting does seem pretty weak. Guess it depends on how many high quality reagents. Yeah, this is it. There's not a lot of wiggle room in the materials in the first place. There's only 9 materials being used. Once again, it basically means there needs to be a nice juicy difference in price between normal quality and high quality, both for the copper, the tin, or the silver. Whatever the price difference is here will get reflected in the value of these as well. But it's, it's 9 materials, but they're quite base materials. This is the thing, right? It's standard ore. I mean, tin ore is probably going to be 20 gold a piece. You might, if you're really lucky, get 35 gold a piece out of your high quality stuff. There's maybe 15 gold times 6, which is 90 gold. There's probably 90 gold to be had from these, and let's assume that there's a similar price on these. You got 5 times 3, which is 15. $15 times the 15 gold difference, 225 plus your 90. there's only about 300. There's probably only going to be about 315 gold difference between a normal alloy and a high quality alloy. Which, if it takes, 250 gold, if it takes 250 concentration, 250 concentration to save yourself 300 gold, that's like 1.5 gold per point of concentration. It's not very impressive, is it? Missed the beginning of blacksmithing. Can you summarize it in 2 sentences, please? Yeah. Go weapons, go armor, go profession tools. You've got 3 options that they're all 3 options that all work order options. I wouldn't really in any way be advising people to push too heavily into smelting or stonework. It's just too easy. Just too easy. Even concentration is going to struggle to make any good gold there. It's just too easy. It's too easy. It's far too quick to optimize a build for. Or at least from a concentration perspective, you can get going really quick with like 40, 50 points. The fact that you can get like 120 skill out of this one node that only takes 20 knowledge points basically means concentration builds just stack up this and this, fly around, pick up some treasures, level the first 50 points, which is as simple as craft a few bits of gear. You might not even wish to do all that much of that, but the problem is even then there's not huge money in it. Not a lot. Getting to skill 100 is going to require crafting some form of endgame gear for somebody. I would have, up until recently, said that just get yourself one of these recipes. Because there's probably going to be a recipe that drops from the auction house. Although none of these seem to work properly. At the moment, the default hammer gets you to 95. Repair hammer, it doesn't. Doesn't give any skill points. Oh, this thing. This gets you all the way to 95, does it? Okay. Well, if that's the case, that's gonna hoover up an absolutely ungodly amount of copper, which I suppose is good for the price of copper alloys, copper in general, if everybody's doing that. How much copper is that going to end up hoovering up? Delete this real quick. The hammer stays, it's 1500 copper ore you need. If every single blacksmith needs 1500 copper ore, the price of copper in the first week is going to be so much higher than tin or silver. So much. How much does the hammer disenchant into? Yeah, I might quickly pick up enchanting just to see. Because you can also bet your ass if absolutely every man and their dog crafts a shitload of blacksmithing hammers and puts them on the auction house, they'll be basically free as well. Have you seen the gold sync prices on housing decor? Oh yeah, the art stuff, yeah. Yeah, there's a few vendors like that knocking about. There's a few vendors running around. Like you can find a couple of them in the capital cities that are pretty spicy in terms of price. 140k gold just to get copies of the Epic Edition pre-order stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's not cheap. Not cheap. Wow, you gonna give me a resourcefulness one anytime soon? No. Okay, I need a multi-craft one when we make the alloys. Multi-craft one for making the alloys. Still no corium toilet though, I'm disappointed. Can you imagine they did that? Corium toilet uses like 100 corium ore or something. Would be funny. Oh, no, swap the tool. A Fell Reaver statue? That would be kind of cool. Just have a Fell Reaver patrolling your player housing. Dropping blacksmithing on my main with all patterns since Wrath of the Lich King. Let's go. I never recommend anybody drop anything. Dropping professions is a terrible idea. But I know you're kind of joking, so I'll let you off. Only 50% joking. The irony is that if you're not planning on doing work orders, your old expansion patterns are probably worth significantly more than the new Midnight ones too. That said, profession tools in Season 1 is going to be a very lucrative path. Blacksmithing has access to a lot of them. Look, you can't write them off. The fact that it makes the tools as well for a bunch of them. It makes the leatherworking tool. Makes the leatherworking tool, tailoring accessory, the flipping pickaxes, herbalism, mining, and skinning tools. The fact that you make all of the gathering shit will mean you'll have a permanent steady supply of orders for these in Season 1. Because herb miners don't have anything else to spend their moxie on, really. They're not spending their moxie on recipes, which means that moxie will go straight into buying the top quality tools to squeeze out the most secondary stats. Yeah, stack some resourcefulness on these on these recipes, you might not be doing too badly. Yeah, whilst there's not anything that's like mass craftable, throw it on the auction house styly, I do think if you're willing to stomach the work order system, there's profession equipment, at least in season 1, money. Now it's up to you if at the end of season 1 you choose to use a profession reset, if they add it. I just want to clarify that. There is no profession reset in the beta as of right now. But if they do the same as they did in the War Within, giving you a profession reset at season, a spectre reset, I should say, in season 2, then you could maybe switch into armor smithing or weapon smithing for season 2 if profession tools die out. But can you buy housing decor recipes already from housing early access or when midnight starts? From next week, you'll be able to buy the recipes and stuff, yeah. Not the midnight profession ones, obviously, but for all of the other expansions, including the War Within, yeah. If you can stomach the order system, there's always huge demand for the crafted PvP gear. It's yeah, the crafted PvP stuff is the problem is I don't know anywhere near enough about the PvP side of the game. I did absolutely silly amount of jewel crafting, ring and necklace crafts over the expansion. Jewel crafting was just a steady stream of orders for those. Whether people actually bother that much with the PvP crafted gear, I have so little experience with. Right, we've nearly burnt through an entire stack of copper just leveling this up to 75 so far. We've not touched a single piece of umbreal, silver, or dazzling thorium yet, so it's safe to say if it stays the way that it is right now, copper ore is going to be more expensive than either of these two more supposed uncommon materials. For presumably as long as it takes all blacksmiths to level their professions. 76, 77. Oh, I'm out of mats again.
Time is money, friend.
It's not you, is it? It's going to be you.
I have just the thing for you. Be careful.
Are we going to be able to guarantee top quality alloys without... We're going to be able to guarantee top quality alloys without nothing fancy up here. Oh, snap. That's even easier than I first thought. I didn't do the maths on it earlier. Oh, dear. Oh yeah, this market is a no-go. Look away. Please move on. The fact that if you can start guaranteeing high quality alloys without even a 100 plus 40 build, it's dead on arrival. There's absolutely nothing stopping people from just mass producing on day one in that case. Yeah, and I'm not even on a blacksmithing, you know, I haven't even got the racial. What a bug report say it needs balancing. Oh yeah, I'll give it feedback that it feels too easy. Isn't the price potential in the difference between the rank 1 and rank 2 mats as is in the War Within? Yeah, true. But what you will also find is that the price difference isn't going to be that high unless the base materials are also difficult to get, which if the difficulty of picking up high quality ore stays the way it is, there's not going to be much of a premium for high quality materials, especially if you believe the fact that moats are going to be the things that people are actually farming for, which will create a massive surplus of the base materials. Yeah, it went yellow at... Did it go yellow at 90 or 92? I don't know. The one thing that would be nice to see is if Blizzard jacks up the recipe or the difficulty of gathering base materials at high quality. The problem is I don't think they will. I think you should need... The reason I don't think they will is because... Well, the reason I don't think they will is because they will want high quality mats to exist. Pretty much from the word go. They're going to want them to exist from literally day one. But what they do need to be careful of, what they do need to be careful of is making sure that they make high quality materials. Whilst possible to get, they need the chance of getting them to be really low. Okay, we're green at 96 still. So in theory, you push this to 97 and then you go do the Dark Moon Fair. You push it to 97, then you go do Dark Moon. 3 easy points. Yeah, I'm aware ingots are in the bag. I'm not trying to do this super fast. I'm trying to get an idea of what it actually takes to do it. Which is why I'm simulating it as if it's real. Damn, I was hoping that would push me to 97. Go on, game. Go on, game. Don't do me dirty now. Hey, there we go, 97. You get to 97, then you go do Dark Moon for 3 easy points. GG, well played. And then you've got an absolute metric ton of blacksmith hammers to disenchant. Oh yeah, could probably switch out to the better ones as well. 5 extra stats. But yeah, looking at this, you need nothing more than 2 green. We make our own blacksmith hammers. You just need 1 of your accessories at green. And you are mass producing alloys day 1. Very easily. Very, very easily. Technically, with as low as 20 points. Technically, as low as 20 knowledge points, and you can be mass producing ingots and alloys. Get 1 of your... 2 of these up here. You make your own one of these. So who makes blacksmithing? Who makes the blacksmithing tools? Don't even need the tool with the racial. Well, you'll need the tool because there's 8 skill that comes from this. Yeah, if you've got the racial, you don't even need one of the accessories. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. 20 knowledge points. I mean, in theory, you could also... How do you get the better one of these? Because we craft this ourselves, don't we? Craftsmithing trade tools. Craftsmithing trade tools. Learn to craft the sun-blessed blacksmithing hammer. Learn to craft the sun-blessed blacksmithing toolbox. Oh. We make that ourselves. Requires midnight inscription 1. Okay. Sure. That's clearly bugged still. You get 8, 9, 10. Okay, yeah. You just make this day 1. Make this for yourself day 1. Oh wait, this also says. Oh, that's odd. The recipe is also available from Lorendal. Yes, it's also worth pointing out there's no Moxie on this right now, but they will require Moxie. They will. I'm 99% sure they'll add Moxie to all of these. As you can see, a lot of them are still not finished, right? It shouldn't require midnight inscription, let's put it that way. But you only need... blacksmithing toolbox and the sun-blessed blacksmithing hammer if you put 5 points in here. Oh no, 10 points in here. You could just make this yourself. That's an alternative as well. Now, in theory... Wait, hang on. Oh, yeah. The Sunblessed are the rare ones. Your only reason why you might not want to do that is because you probably do want the epic ones. But to get yourself up and running, you know, as a day 1 adventure, it's a day 1 adventure to be able to with as little as 20 knowledge points be mass producing top quality smelting stuff. No, that's going to be the most competitive market you'll have ever seen in your life. That's not something I want to fish around with too much. Let me take a quick, but I've drank way too much coffee. Quick bathroom break, and then we'll look for some more concentration options. Back in 2. Yeah, professions could not be further from like actually finished. There's still a lot of things to be done. We want these last points. We'll get those in a minute. Yeah, it's like 20 points is actually mad. I can't get over how easy it is to make these. The fact that 20 points to be on the path to min-maxed is kind of wild. Just jot down a few basic notes for blacksmithing while I'm here. Leveling is currently a mass craft of what were we making? Mass craft of the blacksmith hammers. So realistically, it's like 1,500 copper, isn't it? 1,500 copper plus a few, plus a bunch of vendor mats, plus a bunch of flux. That's it. One thing I do want to point out is that whilst every single profession under the sun is using an absolutely disgusting amount of moats, blacksmithing is not using moats anywhere. In anything that's mass produced, there's not a moat in sight, which is actually quite good to see. Now, I don't want to say this too loud in case Blizzard is hearing, but it's very nice to see that there is no real great consumption of moats from blacksmithing. Because every other profession under the sun is using them way too liberally. Now, of course, orders might be different. There's a chance orders might come your way. Need them. In fact, not even there, to be honest. No, there's not a single need for any moat anywhere there so far. Your endgame stuff. Hang on, we can do this, can't we? Wow, okay. Not a single blacksmithing recipe uses a single moat. That will probably change. But I hope it doesn't. It doesn't work, but it doesn't... Not a single moat is needed anywhere in any form of blacksmithing. I am happy to see, but unfortunately I know that will change. But I'm going to make note of it anyway. Leveling is currently the mass crafting of blacksmithing hammers. These grant points all the way to 100, 1,500 copper. This... weirdly... there is not a single moat used anywhere in the profession. Alloys. take only 20 KP to max build. And don't even need 100 plus. Yeah, the fact that you don't even need that full 100 plus 40 build is wild. Do we not then make the... We make our toolbox and our hammer. If we make 2 of our own things, why is there not a basic toolbox? Why is there not an uncommon toolbox? Huh? The Lassian blacksmith toolbox. Okay. It's there, but we don't learn it at any point. Not via the training. Is a possibility that this becomes like a world drop recipe or something? But there's also most of... Yeah, these 3 need finding. But okay. The reality is then, is that either they come from a quest or they're going to come... I mean, they're clearly broken. Look, they still say you need inscription. So I would imagine these maybe get dished to you via a quest, or there's another way to acquire these, or they just haven't finished them yet. But this will probably mean that even if you don't buy your tools off the auction house, you'll be able to make your own toolbox and your own blacksmithing hammer. Meaning you basically be 100% self-sufficient with 20 knowledge points to start mass producing alloys basically day one. It's like literally within 10 minutes of the service going live, somebody will have this set up. Which will be kind of wild. It's going to mean it's... and especially considering it's one of only 2 things that can be mass produced and put on the auction house for blacksmithing. The competitiveness of that is going to cause me to steer well clear of it. The stones... increasing attack power, I cannot help but think is going to be dead on arrival. Especially considering if they start using multiple copper ingots, they're probably not going to be super cheap either. I imagine the refulgent razor stones, though, is the only other thing you might consider throwing some focus towards. Because all of your gatherers, and of course we know when there's 40, 50, 60,000 gold an hour to be had just doing gathering in Season 1, that adds up to a lot of people that will be buying these. Fortunately, it doesn't really feel like it's going to be a concentration thing, because if alloys are so goddamn easy to produce at high quality, the price difference between normal and high quality copper ingots is going to be very marginal. And one piece of dusk shrouded stone isn't going to make a big difference to anybody, is it? So, because this is just a byproduct of prospecting. While I think there will be some market for this, I don't think there's going to be enough of a market for this for you to try and do anything fancy with this either, to be honest. Okay. All blacksmiths are going. All blacksmiths are going to be doing work orders. This also leaves very little room for good conc builds. The only possibility for good concentration build is going to be in these top two alloys, but I'm still very sus, because if there's not that much difference in price of the normal and high quality copper ingots, the difference between 6 pieces of ore is not gonna. You're just not. You're just not. You're just not. Can we disenchant half of these?
Go in peace.
One dust. That's also fun. We got 3 dust from that one. That's also fun. Oh,
The winds
wait.
guide you.
Ah. I wonder if now I'll actually start getting skill points. Well, that's a change. We do not seem to get skill points from disenchanting anymore. Between 1 to 3 dust on a 0 build disenchanter. No early free points. Let me jot that down in my notes for enchanting. There is no easy early skill points for doing. Might be added, who knows? Might be added, but at least as of now, not. Okay, 1 to 3 dust from these. 1 to 3 dust from these on a 0 skill enchanter. Can I quickly cheese this enchanter? Where's the knowledge point book for enchanting? Dawn crafting and mining. I'm not. Flip. I'm not gonna. No, I'll test this another day. I was just gonna quickly see how things change when you've got a full build prospector, but I would rather test that on my actual proper character that's geared up. Okay then. What I do need to do then here quickly is get drop you out of the way. Let's learn everything. they changed the glamours. A lot of free skill points this time. When I looked at enchanting, unless they've changed it literally in the last build, last time I looked, you couldn't really gain knowledge skill points from glamours. I don't get why there were new glamours. Yeah, I don't really understand why they've just copy pasted them again. But to you, yeah. Are they going to actually end up producing the exact same item? Or are they going to have different item IDs, which will mean that it's all super weird? At least at level 10 you get skill points for it. You might be able to cheese them for the very first few points then maybe, but they stopped giving you skill points pretty quickly. Okay then, can we... I don't want to craft anything... Oh, wait, hang on. Why doesn't it teach us the epic ones? What's the point of giving us an item that's meant to teach us all of the stuff if you then don't teach us all of the stuff? Can I buy the Sunforged ones off you?
Brings you here?
No, they're that's the PvP gear. What the flipping hell's the...
Ancestors
What's the flipping
watch
point of that?
over you.
Do I learn them through here? Surely not. Didn't I have this recipe unlocked a minute ago? Okay, that item doesn't do what it says it's meant to do. I swear I had half of these unlocked a second ago. Maybe I didn't, maybe I dreamt it. Okay. Well, this means for half of the professions, I can't make half of their tools. Really frustrating how they both give us, like, some stuff for, like, testing, but then just, like, Like, they've gone to the effort of making one of these items to give you all of the recipes and set your profession to max, and then it doesn't work on half the recipes. Okay, what I was going to try and do is try and actually make some profession tools up here, but it's not worth trying, is it, if it doesn't work? So my TLDR with blacksmithing is that there is work orders or work orders. Work orders, or more work orders. I absolutely don't really feel there to be much need for multiple blacksmiths to make different stuff. Profession tool wise, I mean, 2 paths. One to get better at the profession tools. One to get better at the profession accessories. if the recipes get distributed to you predominantly via Moxie, which now I can't see because I've learnt them all. That was foolish of me. But I would imagine Moxie is what's needed to pick up a lot of these recipes. So you might, if you want to get full coverage of being able to craft all of these for people, you might need a few blacksmiths to do that, potentially. Yeah, look how much Moxie's... Yeah, if every single one of these costs Moxie... Okay. Weirdly, it feels like all 5 of my blacksmiths might end up just making profession tools. Just different ones. Sure. Should we do a little world tour then of what we might think is good for concentration? That was my main thing I wanted to look at today. Since we're on blacksmithing, alchemy, blacksmithing. Alchemy, blacksmithing, leatherworking, jewel crafting, enchanting, tailoring. What have I missed? Alchemy, blacksmithing, leatherworking, jewel crafting, enchanting, tailoring, engineering, inscription. Right. Blacksmithing. Only really two possible options, and it's either of these. So yeah, I'm just gonna sort of put together a mini list of what I think might work well. Gleaming or dazzling alloys. That's literally it. That's literally it. There's not going to be any other use for concentration anywhere else in this. The one pieces of dust shrouded stone here is not going to hold that much value when it's a byproduct. Yeah. 1 of 1. Not looking good for concentration on blacksmithing. That is true. Jewel crafting has more potential options. Big question is going to ride on just how profitable will the actual gem crafts be. And that is going to depend pretty heavily. It looks like, and I can't quite get my head around this yet, and we need to try and have, oh, I wonder if they fixed prospecting. No. There's part of me that wonders if you were going to prospect on, like, dazzling thorium. It seems ludicrous to think that you might. You certainly wouldn't build a prospector around doing this, though. It just might be something. But diamonds, though? Well, this is it. What we did find with jewel crafting was that when you spec into prospecting, your chance of getting diamonds does explode. Yeah, 3 times the chance to get diamonds from thorium once you're well specced into it. And of course, by the time you are well specced into each of these ones as well, the final node is the chance to find diamonds. Now, both tin and silver are likely to be the cheaper ones. Copper's just used in too many things for it to get too cheap. Tin and silver will probably be a little bit cheaper, and then giving the chance to find diamonds from those. Now, I don't think you're going to use any concentration on that though. Even though some of the spec trees definitely sort of tried to push you to think that you might. Where was it? There was one. Or maybe there isn't even. Ingenuity whilst prospecting, crushing and creating reagents. Consume 5% less concentration when concentrating on reagents and salvages. Makes me wonder whether that was just put there because it makes sense, or whether really it's for when you're making these things more than anything else. Prismatic focusing iris embellishment. Far too cheap for there to be any money in that. 2 lenses, 2 dust. There's only 4 possible materials there that could grab you any profit. There's only, yeah, with there being these trees all full. And while I am missing some of this up here, oh, that doesn't even have skill on it right now. While I might be missing 40 skill up there, there's only 4 possible materials, and it's taking 360 concentration. Let's say 320 concentration by the time you got fully geared up here. There's no way you're going to get any value out of that with concentration. 175 concentration. If you use Q1 mats here. Okay, I need more glimmering gem dust at Q1. Give me some Q1 glimmering gem dust. Thanks. All Q1 mats. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 materials in total. Once again, probably 300 plus concentration. You might get 3 of those out of a single bar. Even 100 gold premium for either one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even if there is 100 gold premium between these, which I can't imagine there will be, that's 700 gold you save. 7, 14, 21. That's 2 gold per point of concentration, even if there's 100 gold premium. 2 gold per concentration doesn't get anybody excited. Kaleidoscopic prisms. Now this is where there is possibly maybe a little bit more room for concentration, because it's more perceived that there will be a difference in value between these. And you're also using 10 gem dust over here, actually. What happens when you crush diamonds, out of curiosity? Don't crush diamonds. Don't crush diamonds. Here's the place to try that. The Viola Bountiful season returns to resourcefulness next month again. It's a question. I wonder if things like that are going to work in midnight. I hope they don't. That was just annoying, that thing. I need at least 10 of this. There we go. Yeah, kaleidoscopic prism. This could hold some value for concentration because you're using you've got a nice big 10 glimmering gem dust there. So there's going to be quite a saving to be had here. And on top of the fact that if you are saving on all of these as well. Kaleidoscopic prism is a definite contender. Definite contender. Yeah, because I suspect prospecting will cause the high quality flawless the high quality flawless gems to require a very well spec'd prospector, and that prospector to be prospecting quality 2 material. There's at least room for there to be a bit of a price difference between these. All quality 1 stuff will probably very quickly get smushed into gem dust or used for concentration. High quality stuff will be when people need to guarantee things. This is really where the value is. Getting high quality glimmering gem dust might also be more problematic. And in fact, it might even go as far as needing concentration to do it if crushing doesn't change. I can't remember the ins and outs on this, but maybe this one is also broken. Or not balanced yet. The fact that the end node says consume 5% less concentration when concentrating on crushing intrigues me. Because if getting high quality gem dust requires people to concentrate on doing it, maybe this is what the prospecting build jewel crafters will do. Maybe this is where they will spend their concentration on taking some of the dum-dum gems. The dum-dum gems that they get that aren't really needed. Wow, look at the difference that doesn't make in the concentration usage. Now, is this going to spit out glimmering gem dust at high quality? It absolutely should, right? Yeah. So if high quality gem dust can only come via prospecting, via concentration, that would be a bit of a game changer for jewel crafting, because that would have knock-on effects to everything else that uses gem dust, which, as we know, is like literally everything. If all of these crafts that use gem dust can only use high quality gem dust when it's been created by a prospecting character that has used concentration, that holds a lot of that will mean that there will be a big price difference between these two, which would be nice for the profitability side of things. It'd get changed if it was concentration only. Maybe. There is a lot broken with jewel crafting with the crushing and prospecting right now. There is a lot broken with them, so they might change things up, but based upon what we see right now, it would be kind of fun It would be good for concentration, and it would be good for profitability of the profession in general if high quality gem dust was deliberately made scarce and rare. The knock-on effects of that would be, you know, good for goblins. These kaleidoscopic prisms, whilst they are the only material needed to make the prism items themselves, are they used in any more interesting areas? Yeah, your kaleidoscopic prisms then go into making the actual cut diamonds, which is then also another possible good use for concentration. If kaleidoscopic prisms at high quality end up being expensive because most of them come around from being generated with concentration, then there's also the option for people to use... Oh my god, look at the concentration requirements though on diamonds. Oh my. Holy. Holy. Even... Gee, okay. Well, that's not really right in the first place, is it? I know I'm missing 40 points up here. That only puts me at 3. That still puts me 100 points away from being able to guarantee a diamond in the first place. It's really difficult because jewel crafting is clearly still very broken and hasn't been balanced yet. But if prisms become a good candidate for concentration, then the diamond cuts themselves also do. Now, whilst there's not going to be a lot of materials that are used in here, the luxury is going to be that the price difference between these could be pretty ridiculous. Just depending on how easy it is to get Eversong diamonds, there could easily be a few thousand gold difference in the price of just this one item. Which, if you can use quality 1 diamonds in concentration... Now, what you do need to be careful, though, is just how much concentration it ends up using. If you can only press this button twice, you would want there to be a few thousand gold difference between these items to make it worth, but the actual diamond cuts become a good potential. All 4 cut diamonds look like a good option. Lenses, no. Vials, no. You're not using concentration on any of this. What about the actual gems? Now, each and every gem cut is equally a nice, viable option. Although, interestingly, your gold per point of concentration spent will be better on the prisms, because this uses twice as much gem dust. And if the concentration value is about the same, if you have the choice of making 4 cut gems or 4 prisms, you'd be better off making 4 prisms, because you'd get a higher... You're probably going to get a higher gold per point of concentration from the prisms than you would the actual cut gems. Let's say you get 3 of these, because with an extra little bit going on up here, maybe 3 crafts of a prism guaranteed. Obviously, multi-craft and stuff will yield more, but 3 of these versus probably about the same. If you're looking at either being able to cut 3 gems with concentration or 3 kaleidoscopic prisms. Now, because this uses 10 dust, you're getting double the profitability from this than you would a gem, because gems are stacked with moats, which doesn't have quality and only uses 1 of these. Yeah, so kaleidoscopic prisms are a much better use of concentration than actually the cut gems, which is both good and bad. It's good for jewel crafters who actually want to guarantee, right? For jewel crafters that want to come along and guarantee these, it becomes good because you're not going to have as much concentration crafted items smushing your price down. But it's bad because cutting gems is literally the main thing that jewel crafting does. People throughout a season often need multiple actual gems to fill out all of their gear, but they are only once per season going to need a diamond. So the market is not as strong. But yeah, interestingly, I don't feel as if the actual cut gems still become an option for concentration, but they're just like a tier 2. Maybe we need to like assign a rank or something to these, or a star system or something. How good of an option we think they'll likely be. If you can comfortably sell the kaleidoscopic prisms. Have I spelled that wrong? Have Blizzard spelled it wrong? I'm going to go as far as to say I think Blizzard have spelled that wrong. I think they've missed an E in that. At least as far as Google's concerned. Is that the American spelling of it or something? How have Blizzard spelt it? Blizzard have spelt it without the E. Yeah, that's a spelling mistake. Will you use concentration when prospecting thorium or basic ore? The problem is you're... I mean, it's because our prospecting has a random outcome. This is why something like prospecting, you're probably not an equal. You know, crushing is more deterministic. You pretty much know what you get when you do it. But when you're prospecting, if you're hunting for diamonds, for example, there's no value in using concentration because it's such a low chance that it's going to happen in the first place. So using any form of concentration on prospecting is like real gamba. You know, soon as thorium goes anywhere near prospecting, your chance of getting a diamond is so flipping low that you could use your concentration and still not get a diamond. Meaning, not only have you've actually gained nothing for your concentration at that point. It literally couldn't get worse. So cut gems are like an option, but not a great one. All 4 diamond cuts. Maybe regular cuts is just a 1-star option. Alloys, there is not great chance there's good money in it. I'd say it's probably a 2-star. Prism's probably the best one. And all the diamond cuts in turn become very good. Is there anything else that jewel crafting makes that's interesting enough to maybe have concentration thrown at it? These things don't have quality anyway. So you'd be absolutely mental to use high quality on crafting these. Then we're in the world of gear. The fashion tools. What's this thing? Don't know. Decor stuff. Okay, no, that's it. I thought it would 100% give you a diamond with I mean, that would be clever. If using, it's not the case, but if you were to throw thorium in here and use concentration, it would be clever if that did guarantee you a diamond. I mean, it doesn't for reference. See, what it guarantees high quality output, but it doesn't guarantee the diamond. What are the prisms used in? The prisms are then used in the diamond cuts themselves. So if the you would still the concentration usage looks to be so high on these that you'd probably see more value in actually using your concentration on the prisms in the first place. But these prisms then, if you look, are used in like top-end crafted gear as well. So this is where your demand for the high-quality stuff will come from. Anybody making rings and stuff like that. Rings and necklaces. The enchanting accessory. A few decor bits and pieces. Now, obviously, you don't need high quality in the decor, but people are stupid. But yeah, it's mostly for this, really. If there's enough of a market, obviously we know the meta gems is a good market, but like I said, people need one meta gem compared to like 4 or 5 regular gems in most cases. There's more, people only need the diamond once per season, but that same logic doesn't really change that you only need an enchant technically once per season, and they still do very well. So, if there's money in this, there's money in these. Regardless of what happens with the diamonds. If the diamonds if these ends up also having a big premium on them, then this becomes a better still option. Because you can like wombo combo. You get the value of this craft and you get the value of this craft if there's a big price difference between these. So they're both good options. Okay, that's jewel crafting then. Nothing much else going on there. Let's look at the next profession. We'll do... Enchanting's going to be a difficult one because it's like literally everything. Both difficult and easy, but I guess it's the one people want to see, isn't it? Jewel crafting does actually get, it's worth noting, jewel crafting does have a 100% refund. 100% refund. It's worth probably tracking that. Because not all professions do get a 100% refund. Professions that do get a 100% refund on concentrations do even better. Because you can just get lucky. Just getting lucky is worth. So yeah, with enchanting, did I fully build this out? Minus the profession. Oh, There's a reason I didn't fully spec this out, and it's because I wanted to test 0 build plus full build. But none of this is going to make any difference to the rest of the profession. Yeah, 70% refund with enchanting. I'd point out this was 80 on the alpha as well, so they've actually, between the alpha and the beta, nerfed it even more. 70% refund, which is problematic because you have to get lucky twice to press the button once more. Gear you're never using concentration on unless it's via an order and you're just charging somebody for it. Consumables. I could do with some low quality dust, actually. Now is where I need all of that low quality dust. Can I make something green here? As silly as this sounds, can I make one of these and then disenchant it? I can, okay. You're never going to do this on live, but I can apparently generate Q1 dust. I'm spending a lot of Q2 dust. But my 20 ingenuity. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Like, even 99% refund still requires you to proc it twice. So anything under 100 is even a 1% drop from 100% is a game changer. Don't disenchant and give me flipping high quality shit. 0 skill disenchanter getting high quality stuff when disenchanting. It must be because of the 100 skill up here. Stop giving me high quality stuff. Now I'm out of flipping. Is there anything easier and cheesier? Effulgent copper rods. Where did they come from?
Just the thing for you.
What am I looking for? Oh, it's impossible to find anything without a search function. There we go.
Have a good one.
I'll break these down in a minute in order to get the Q1 dust we need just for a bit of testing here. May or may not introduce a new jeweler setting for midnight. Oh, we were speaking about this the other day. There's something that drops. Oh, I'm gonna have to log on to my hunter in a minute. Hang on. It might be my druid. Regardless, there'll be some way for players to put a socket on a piece of gear that doesn't have a socket. I should be tracking this and testing this, but this isn't really my goal right now. I just wanted a few mats to be able to put Q1 stuff in the window. Put Q1 maps on the vendors, it'd be much easier. Is the profession testing on alpha or beta, by the way? Alpha doesn't exist anymore. It's just beta. How many is that? 32. How much do we need for one of the big enchants? 15, 20, 20. Do I never need more than 20? I mean, that straight away. Oh, 35. Okay, I could do with at least 35 Q1 dust then. Probably don't need much more than 10 shards at any one point, though. Stop giving me high quality. The only time in existence you don't want high quality. Oh, you're gonna leave me one short. You're gonna do me like that, Blizzard. Honestly. I've got no way to figure out how to get Q1 Dawn. Oh, I guess there's epic stuff I can craft and delete, maybe. How did I get the blue stuff? Probably these, right? Use your high quality ones. Right, that's got to be enough. Surely by now. Need a few more green items to disenchant. Oh, I need more copper rods.
Welcome.
They were like at the end here somewhere, weren't they? Ooh, around here somewhere. There we go.
Glad I could help.
Make sure I don't accidentally use the Q1 dust that I'm trying to create. I'm extra clever. I go put these materials in the war bank now, actually. $46. There might be a couple of crafts that need 50. If I can get 50 dust, that would be really nice. Of course. Oh, stupid game. Alright, it's probably enough. How do we get some Q1? Can you disenchant an epic disenchanting rod? You can. Oh, don't give me back high quality shit. Come on, game. Aha. Genius. Right. Don't give me high quality stuff. There we go. Probably only need 2. Is there anything that... Oh, I could do with at least 4, couldn't I? There we go. That'll do. Right, that should be enough mats to be able to, like, properly see. Copy that strategy for launch. Yeah, put high quality crystals in to break them down to get low quality crystals, yeah. Dead smart, that. Top tier gameplay. That's the buy high, sell low approach, isn't it? Right, so where are we going to throw some concentration at in enchanting then? Well, obviously not here. Consumables. Consumables. We were saying earlier how enchanting, blacksmithing, and engineering are all competing for the weapon coating luxury. Healing spells and abilities have a chance to resonate with the oil and shield your target. That's a healer buff. Very niche usage. Coat your weapon with Smuggler's Enhanced Edge. Whenever you deal damage, inflict a bunch of damage to the target. Well, that's clearly the one people are going to want to use, isn't it? Here, do some damage. Flat damage. Increasing your critical strike and haste by a bunch. Well, it's either going to be one of these two, isn't it? Is there any value in... These are probably going to be mass crafted, but will there be... Do we think there'll be much of a premium held by the high quality stuff? And if so, how much is it going to cost? Well, it's the cost difference between 5 pieces of dust here and 1 vial. If you do high quality everything with the rest of this in place, you guarantee them. Okay, so you're looking about 350 concentrate. You can maybe make 15 oils, plus or minus multi-craft luck. 15 oils for a full bar of concentration. So 15 oils multiplied by whatever the price difference of them ends up being. 15 is a good enough number. But I think the market will probably quite quickly be dominated by mass crafting of this. I don't really think the 5 dust alone is going to be enough. Very heavy usage on the moat, like a good 50% plus, maybe even 80% of the cost comes from the moats. So there's not going to be that much of a difference between Q1 and Q2 prices. On the beta as of yet, no, crafting profession tools and accessories don't require Moxie, as it's called, in Midnight, but expect it to be added on when they figured out how much they want to add on. Enchants. Enchants. I mean, technically, all enchants are likely to see some value via concentration, which is good because there's going to be a million enchanters out there. But there will also definitely be some that are better, some enchants that are better than others to use your concentration on. To put it simply, anything that uses the most amount of materials probably wins. 20 Azerite here is a good start, because then that means whatever the price difference is between normal and high quality Azerite, you can multiply that by 20. That could quite easily be a couple of 100 gold of saving right there. Plus you've got 21 additional enchanting mats here. The irony being is this could not be a bad one for concentration. But you are looking at only crafting 3 to 4 of them from a full bar of concentration. This is the thing that's going to shock a few enchanters who've got kind of used to making 10, 12, 15 enchants from a full bar of concentration. Now you might be crafting like 2 or like 4, maybe 5 from a single bar. You're going to be producing way less enchants per 1,000 concentration. One, because your ingenuity only refunds 70%, so you need at least 2 procs before you can press the button again. Secondly, the amount of concentration looking to be needed is higher. And of course, there's no multi-craft on enchants, so you're fully relying on resourcefulness procs to pad out your margin. I did make a full tool with ingenuity, which does push your ingenuity proc chance up to 30%. Now, obviously, I am missing 2 pieces of profession tools here, but only one of these will give you ingenuity, I believe. Now, this probably means that without the bonus of a vial, is there an ingenuity boosting vial from alchemy this time round? I think there is. The point is that in the War Within you could get to 47% ingenuity. 47% ingenuity with 100% refund, which basically meant it was worth stacking ingenuity. But with only a 70% refund, and it looking like you're probably not going to get as high as like a coin flip on whether it procs or not, you're probably not going to spec for ingenuity. It's probably not going to be worth putting a full ingenuity tool on, because even if it procs a couple of times, you only get 1 more craft out of it. It's not like in the War Within where your coin flip, because, you know, nearly 50% chance of 100% refund. It's basically a 50-50 whether you get to press the button again. Without that massive luxury, you're probably actually just going to use resourcefulness to save as much on the back end as possible. Hang on, the wife's calling. Give me a second. Okay. You unlock the optional reagent slot to check for stuff like frameworks too. They don't exist. Optional like finishing reagents have been hyper. No, there's no crafted finishing reagents. There are some resourcefulness, ingenuity, and multi-craft ones, but these come from patron orders, much like the plus skill ones. Whether you'll be able to buy these off the auction house or not is a different question, but they're not super powerful though. 25 ingenuity. 25 ingenuity isn't going to make a great difference. It's an extra 10%. It might give you 3% extra ingenuity, but of course it's going to come at a cost, either a cost or it's going to come at. The thing is you're not without that 100% refund, you're not stacking ingenuity. Full stop. There's no way you'll stack ingenuity unless you can get a 100% refund from it. Even a 90% refund, no, you switch into resourcefulness. Double stacked resourcefulness. Double stack resourcefulness, and maybe even throw the resourcefulness thing in here as well if you really need to, but that's another 10% on top, maybe. You'll get resourcefulness on both of these up here as well. I think it's... Do both profession accessories just have the resourcefulness? One of them's going to have multi-craft on, isn't it? Plus skill ones will be used a lot in Midnight because I noticed they can be converted. What do you mean by converted? The mentors, the artisan ledger, and the apprentice scribbles can be probably put on the auction house. I would imagine the Artisans Consortium Golden Star will end up being bind on pickup again. You can turn the little ones into the bigger ones. Oh, can you? Okay. Interesting. I've not done enough patron orders on the Midnight to get many of them. But anytime you throw a finishing reagent at it, it's, you know, it's coming at a cost, which is coming out of your profit. Which, as we know, one thing you do need to do with concentration builds is very, very, very carefully manage your costs, because otherwise you just need more alts, or you need to be doing it for longer. 15 dust, 2 crystals. The claws don't have quality on them. These existing on some of these enchants is probably going to make the base cost of these items relatively high. Even the normal quality ones will be relatively high. But there's still a good... Dust is going to be the premium one. Shards, I don't think there's going to be a huge price difference between these. That is assuming that they don't add a shatter. There's no shatter for shards. This shatter essence is to get your buff, by the way. This is to get your shattered essence buff. Which also comes at a cost. Concentration builds might not even use this, by the way. Because it could be, you know, in the War Within, what was it, like crystalline essence or whatever the hell it's called, was basically free. Your buff was basically free. It was just the fact that you had to remember to do the damn thing. If these are like a couple of hundred gold a piece, that comes straight out your profit. Meaning that concentration builds might actually choose to not bother with the shattered essence buff because it comes at a cost that isn't necessarily going to guarantee you a return. multi-craft doesn't affect you. Ingenuity has to proc twice before it's of any real benefit. You're basically relying on that 50 extra resourcefulness. But that 50 extra resourcefulness does equate to 6%. So 6% if it procs, great. I'm sure you'll be able to buff this a little bit more. Does does this increase the refund rate? 5% more materials. 5% more materials, 5% more materials. If these end up doing what they actually claim they will do as well, you absolutely 100% spec into resourcefulness. You push your resourcefulness number as high as you can because your spec tree is also dictating that it's more than the 30% default refund when resourcefulness procs. So yeah, for midnight, you're going to ignore ingenuity. You're going to push full resourcefulness, I think. Resourcefulness tool, resourcefulness enchant, to maximize the return of the materials to you when it procs. Which is going to be beneficial when you're also then considering that a lot of these crafts are going to have things like moats on them, which the refund, 40-45% refund if it lands on your moats is really juicy. It'll be really good if it gives you your crystal back. It'll be really good if it gives you your majestic claw back, for example, your majestic fin back. Your resourcefulness proccing on any of these items is going to be good news. It'll be a sad day in the office when it procs on your shards, but that's the only boo-hoo situation is when it lands on your shards, because blue stuff is 10 a penny. There'll be plenty of shards knocking about. Shards will be the cheap one again. But yeah, fully stacking resourcefulness is what you're going to shoot for. You're not going to be able to get your ingenuity high enough. And like I said, that nerf from 100% refund down to 70 actually kills it dead. 30 materials on these. Basically wherever there's a lot of dust and a lot of crystals. 20 dust, 2 crystals, 15. Flip side of these being that if you can get resourcefulness procs on these, it helps bring the price. There's a lot of moats going into just one of these. So whilst concentration usually relies heavily on there being a big difference in price between the materials, if you can push that resourcefulness number high enough and it landing on the moats is still a big cost saving, even if you can't do it very often. I need to look at making the other 2 profession accessories for enchanting. Who makes the other profession accessories? I should probably be able to make them now, shouldn't I? Hang on, I've got this info to hand here somewhere. Profession gear. Profession tools. Enchanting. Jewel crafting and tailoring. I need to put in a work order with a jewel crafter, and I need to put in a work order with a tailor.
What brings you here?
Tuned Thalassian rune prism is what I need. Although it looks as if it, well, for starters, one of the accessories isn't even there. so I don't know if I can. Elegant Artisan's Enchanting Hat, Deafness and Perception. Well, that's not right either, is it? Bright Linen Enchanting Hat. So I can't even put in an order for the tailoring hat. And the jewel crafting one. Maybe I can put in an order for the jewel crafting one. Wait, hang on. That's an accessory. Why are you giving me the option for... Why are you giving me the option for a missive on an accessory? That's really broken. Yeah, that's really broken. Well, give me resourcefulness if I can then. I do this out of curiosity.
Good luck, friend.
See if that's craft. I can craft that real quick. Will all of this magical information be in a sweet Manthius YouTube video later? Yes, it's called the VOD. Maybe, possibly. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm in full research mode right now. There's plenty of time between now and the launch of the expansion to get the video side of stuff done.
My good
Crafting
luck.
orders. No orders found. Oh. Well, that doesn't work then. What's the fucking point of having that on the beta?
Goddess, watch over you.
Oh no, wait, hang on. Do I need to? I need some high quality of that. I need some high quality of that. Wow, it doesn't even get it to quality 4. Means I can't concentrate to get it to quality 5. Okay. Okay. Well, in that case then. I'm pretty sure that it's completely busted anyway. It shouldn't be giving me the option for that there. I have no way of getting one of these quickly or easily. Or do I? What's the odds they sell those on the... Oh my god, they sell those on here.
Hurry back.
Maybe I can do it. Yay! I wonder what comes out of this. Okay. Kind of surprised that worked. Missives aren't working for accessories. Well, they shouldn't work. That's the point. There shouldn't be a missive option on there. A lot of the profession tools are completely busted. For the sake of simplicity, wherever a profession tool or accessory doesn't work properly, I'm just not going to equip anything in that slot. So then it means when I next look at the profession, I don't get distracted by the fact that it's broken. Yeah, so look at, there's no skill on it, look, either. It exists, but there's no skill on it. I'll leave it in my bags for reference, but I can maybe use it to gauge Well, there's no guaranteeing then it's even showing the right amount of... I mean, 85 crafting speed is gross. 36 resourcefulness. On a full epic one. Feels very low. Tailoring does the other one, right? I don't think you can learn the tailoring epic recipes. I think they're also stupid.
Greetings.
Oh, there wasn't even the option on this list either, was to put the tailoring one in. Profession equipment, enchanting, accessories. The hat can only be ordered at rare. It does have the skill on it though. That's an interesting one. Does the jewel crafting non-epic one have... No, that doesn't have skill on it either. So that's still properly busted. The hat can be ordered, but comes with deafness and perception, but the skill on it... If it's not one thing, it's the other. Also known as, I can't properly gear out my enchanter any further than it is. It just is what it is right now. Okay, that wasn't really the goal anyway. The goal was to try and find... concentration stuff. Which, in simple terms, is potentially everything. Potentially any enchant is looking pretty good. Loads of moats if you stack resourcefulness. Plenty of dust. Not as much as the wall within, but enough to put it head and shoulders above most other options anyway. 20 dust, 10 shards, 2 crystals, 20 moats. Shoulder enchants could end up being pretty good, just because they're heavy moats. Shoulder enchants due to heavy moat dust use. 70% refund, so stack res. Yeah, the top tier ones. Top tier ones using 20 of each. Weapon enchants. Which is the weapon enchant that comes from the raid? No. If you're... please look away now if you don't want to know about raid bosses. The hell's that? World Soul Cradle. World Soul Cradle. This one. Permanently enchant a weapon with a World Soul Cradle, causing your healing spells and abilities to... Ooh, a raid healing weapon one. I mean, sure, but... what about from the Void Spire? Oh, interesting. That is the only raid one. The only enchant that comes from the raid is the healing one. Well, that's not what I expected. Yeah. Okay. Enchant chest. Flames of the Sindorai comes from Magister's Terrace. Flames of the Sindorai. Permanently enchant a weapon with Flames of the Sindori, causing your spells and abilities to sometimes ignite your target. Phoenix Fire inflicts 1700 damage over 10 seconds before detonating for an additional 4k damage split. Okay, that could easily end up being the best one, couldn't it? If it also comes from a dungeon, which will mean that you'll be able to potentially buy it. Well, you'll be able to buy it off the auction house is the assumption. Um, 25 dust, only 5 motes, but also 2 crystals. Sunfire Silk Bolt being a tailoring cooldown bolt. Good for tailors as well, if the BiS enchant then uses a tailoring cooldown. Very good for tailors. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Yeah, that is the crafted one, isn't it? It's not the arc, yeah. Not the Sunfire Silk, it's the Sunfire Silk Bolt, yeah, so that's good for tailors. That ends up being a BiS enchant. That will mean Goldson's happy. Enchanting tailoring concentration alts, anybody? Concentrate on your bolts. Concentrate on the bolts, use the cheap bolts. Use your cheap bolts in the enchant, sell the enchants. That said, there's a... Oh, well, they're not going to be in these, are they? Because these are the old ones. Den of Nalarak. Mark of the Nalarak is a chest enchant. Let's look at that one. Uses a claw. Good for resourcefulness procs. Good for resource procs. A few motes and a few dust. 2 crystals all the same though. Enchant chest. Increasing strength and stam. On a premium enchant. Because you'll have to go get the recipe or buy it. Mark of the Magister as well. Increasing intellect and mana. Heal a chest piece. Maybe. Or maybe just cast a chest piece. Falls into the same category again. Also once again good for tailoring. Is this the comeback? Is this the comeback of tailoring bolts? Is a tailoring tailoring cooldown bolts going to be a thing again? Is everybody going to be running tailoring enchanting alts? Flames of the Sindorai also comes from Magister's Terrace that we've looked at. Smuggler's Enchanted Edge. That's your weapon oil recipe. What your weapon oil recipe coming from a dungeon as well. It'll be interesting to see what the drop chance of these ends up being. The interesting thing about this, the interesting thing about recipes that come from dungeons is they either cost pennies or tens of thousands. There's never really anything in the middle. They're either 50 gold, they're either 25 gold a piece vendor price, or they're 25,000 gold a piece because they end up being like a 1% drop chance. So it's 50-50 without like extensive testing. But okay. So there's not a big dick DPS weapon one so much, is there, from... Oh no, it was the what was it? Flames of the Sindorai? Yeah. This is the one that comes from a dungeon. Is your... I mean, I would imagine semi-reasonable at least. Flat Agi. Mastery. Haste. Dot plus AoE. Crit. Standard dot, no AoE. Barrier. Another flat. Oh, barrier. Barrier with an AoE. Barrier by itself. And verse. So yeah, it feels like dot with AoE is probably going to be your BiS weapon enchant, right? Surely. If I was to hazard a guess. Which comes from a dungeon. Okay. And for concentration usage, uses tailoring bolts again. Maybe we should look at tailoring straight after this. Shoulder enchants due to heavy moat dust use. Weapon enchants since good enchant drops in dungeon could be expensive. Just that if just getting hold of the recipe is expensive in the first place, it will often mean that the enchant itself will then also have a premium attached to it because of that. Much like what was the season 1 weapon enchant that I spent 100,000 gold on each one, and I bought like 20 of them. But easily made all my money back and more. For raiding, you might just want the single target or the stats. Yeah, it depends on what the Sims spit out. But even regardless to what the Sims end up spitting out, 20 dust, like 3 shards, 3 crystals. On some of them that also use tailoring bolts is an interesting twist. 2 of them use tailoring bolts. One of them's using a rare skinning material. There's a couple that are like less attractive because they're using dual crafting gems, but still opens the doors. Still opens the doors for tailoring bolts to be more useful than they were in the War Within. Tool enchants, lots of moats, lots of dust. Lots of moats, lots of dust. All using alloys, which is interesting. Unfortunately, we've already determined that alloys are going to be way too goddamn easy to come by. Where's the multi-craft one? 20 motes, 20 dust, 2 crystals, 5 alloys. I mean, the amount of concentration that looks to be used is about... Let's say you can get this number down to 333. You need to get it below 333, really. But with a bit more skill up here, that might happen. You need it to go below 333 to even get 3 crafts out of this. Without then needing to use... You absolutely don't want to put yourself in a position where you need to start using skill finishing reagents just to get that 4th craft out with concentration. That's going to be really gross. It's not going to be great for enchanting if you can only get like 2 crafts out before like you run out of concentration. If you can only press the button twice, 3 times if you proc ingenuity, that's so different from like crafting 10, 12 enchants that you can do in the War Within. This is why I've said from day one, enchanting is still going to have options for concentration, but it feels very nerfed. Feels very nerfed, but at least you got choice. Nobody's going anywhere near any of that. Not enough mats used. Yeah. Stack resourcefulness. See, this is also the thing, like, you're going to need to stack resource. The problem is like, you could, in the War Within, you were making like 10, 15 gold from each point of concentration, which meant that you were making quite good profit on each craft, which meant that you could spend more on leveling your profession up. If you make more, you can spend more and still recuperate that cost relatively quickly. You're not, if you are not making as much, and you have to be even more careful with what you spend gold on, meaning that leveling your profession to full and even getting full tools and accessories might not really be something you can potentially look at doing. You might find it really difficult to actually get below 333 concentration on these crafts, you know. It might be one of those where you have to start using... You're probably going to have to start using higher quality shards because these won't be that much more expensive. You'll use higher quality shards and lower quality dust and crystals. That will be your ticket to actually crafting more enchants. You'll need the plus skill that's obtained from these to help push the concentration value down, because you might not be, you know, able to spend so much on your profession getting all of this in order. You don't really want to spend, you know, if you're only making 5 gold per point of concentration, you'd hope you'd make more, mind, but we know it's nerfed from the War Within numbers. If you're only making 5 to 10 gold per point of concentration, you know, put a 0 on the end of that, that's 10,000 gold from a full bar. You really don't want to be spending more than like 20, 30,000 gold max to set up the character. Otherwise, it's going to take you too long to recuperate the cost. Now, sure, if you do it at the beginning and know you're going to do it the entire flipping expansion, you don't have to really worry about the setup costs. But most people want to dip in and dip out with a bunch of profit, you know, at peak season when the going's good. People are going to be looking for like 30 gold per point of concentration, and it's probably just not going to exist. Crafted 22 enchants once, when there was 193 concentration required per craft. Yeah, I mean, you could get some silly results when ingenuity was a coin flip, and on that coin flip, you'd get to press the button again. You know, RNG would bless you occasionally. I got 17s, 18s, not often, but often enough that it was fun when it happened. 22 is actually ridiculous, but you know, it's the law of averages, isn't it? It's going to happen sometimes. I also, on many occasions, pressed the button 5 times and only got 5 enchants out of it. So the range was anywhere between like 5 to 12 crafts was about normal for enchanting. You're not going to be doing 5 to 12 enchants this time though. Even at this numbers, you're only pressing the button 4 times here. And of those 4, you would need ingenuity to proc twice to be able to press it a 5th time. Do you get Moxie from the Profession Treasures? At the moment, yes. Yeah. At the moment, yes. 5 points per knowledge point at the moment. First-time crafts are also giving 10... First-time crafts are also giving 10 Moxie at the moment. Which is double what it has been, which will help with the early Moxie. Look at that for look at that for a resourcefulness proc. A good 40% of the dust, 40% of the dust, the entire crystal, and 6 of the Azurite saved. You talked in another stream about the price of Dawn crystals being high. Do you really think that since Delves will be dropping so much of them? Well, before there is any craftable epic item, that will be the only sort. Like delves, people running delves and getting epic gear will generate Dawn crystals, yes. But you also need to bear in mind that Dawn crystals have quality. Now, how many of those enchanters that will disenchant those... I mean, let's be real. If you're farming delves all day, you're not gonna. It's not gonna be raining epics. You might get a couple of them if you level your character, but it's not going to be raining epics. And how many of those people who are doing delves, who are getting a couple of epics, are then going to be sufficiently good at disenchanting as well to also get them at high quality? And there's no way to convert from one to another. So it might take 5 disenchants from a good disenchanter to get an epic crystal. It could take 10 disenchants from an untrained enchanter to get a high quality crystal. They're still not going to be all over the place. And I would also point out that the way the enchants look to be set up now, nearly everything is using a crystal, by the way. It used to be that it was like, crystals used to be almost reserved exclusively to weapon enchants. Weapon enchants would use 2 crystals. Everything else probably wouldn't use a crystal. At the moment, pretty much every single enchant, every single endgame enchant, all the, you know, not the basic dum-dum level shit, but your actual top tier enchants from every category are all using crystals. So the demand for crystals will be even higher. So yeah, I do think until there is something that is craftable of epic quality that disenchants into crystals at a reasonable price, I really do think Dawn crystals, especially high quality ones, will be quite expensive. Even when Mythic Plus turns up, right? Even when the Mythic Plus season starts, you still are going to acquire good, skilled enchanters to get these reasonably reliably. Dark Moon trinkets again. Well, Dark Moon trinkets are going to depend on just how much the ink prices are, or if there's another sneaky way to make Dark Moon cards. Looking at Inscription the other day, we guesstimated that it could cost about 5,000 gold to make a Dark Moon trinket. And if it costs 5,000 gold to make a Dark Moon trinket, and you only get a high quality Dawn Crystal one every three times if you're a skilled enchanter, that's still going to make these Dawn Crystals 10k a piece, minimum. They're still going to be quite expensive. I mean, we've seen worse, but I think most people would still say that 10k for a single material starts to get quite expensive. Do we still get knowledge points for first-time crafts? Yes. Yes. First-time craft will still give you a knowledge point. Such as, here, look, 10 Moxie, knowledge point. Gotta say, like the channel, I haven't seen anybody go in this depth with profession stuff. That's because nobody else does. There's only one other person I know of that goes into anywhere near this level of detail as me, and that's K-Chak. But thank you. Appreciate it. Soul is actually, to give a shout out, Soul certainly looks at stuff. But the... Yeah, Soul sort of takes a fly over it. Most content creators just flat out ignore the professions. Soul, I'll give him his credit, does at least a flyby, gets a high overview of what's going on with the professions, but probably only myself and K-Chak that go into this much sort of, depth, if that's what you're after. The flip side of that is that I bore some people to death, so it's 50-50. Okay, I need to quickly go back to blacksmithing for a second and just see what the refund percentage is for blacksmithing. Whether they get because it's one of those things that matters quite a lot to how good or bad a profession ends up being for concentration. I mean, it's got basically no options, so it doesn't really need 100% refund, but... K-Chak and you are the only ones that actually know what you're talking about. I was following somebody last season initially that ended up having no idea what he was talking about. Lesson learned. This is why so many people look at the professions and, like, really, really, really want them to be made more straightforward again. Not that I believe them to be massively overcomplicated, but there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of moving parts with the professions, which you have to sort of... It's like spinning plates, right? You have to kind of understand that if this thing's happening, then it's going to cause this. So it can be... It can be a touch complicated in that regard when you're trying to look at 3 different things at once and trying to figure out what's the link between them all and stuff. 50% refund here, and we're... Okay, I didn't fully spec this out, but the only thing that's gonna come...
Let's make sweet profit
ingenuity. Does this give any bonuses? Ingenuity, but nothing in there is giving percentage refund. Does this give percentage refund, or is this just flat stats as well? Okay, so blacksmithing's only going to be a 50% refund. Which also means it's, once again... Blacksmithing is officially poo-poo. Top tier poo-poo for concentration. Confirmed. You've heard it here first. Germs with a sub. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Cracking use of the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. Any requests on what profession we look at next? For the purpose of concentration. Oh, we should. I'm going to override options there. I think we should look at tailoring just quickly, just to while it's fresh in our memory, just to see if the cool down bolts look attractive or not. Because enchanting tailoring could be a good cheeky wombo combo again, believe it or not. Even though tailoring performed really poorly. Like D tier really poorly throughout the War Within, because the tailoring bolts are then used, because these bolts are then used in enchants, there could be use for them. Now, admittedly, if people are using them in enchants, they're probably also simultaneously not going to need the high quality ones. Which is actually maybe slightly counterproductive. But let's say, for example, you can use some concentration from a profession that historically hasn't been very good to help boost your profits, or to allow you... This could actually be the trick here. You could maybe use your concentration within tailoring to get more high-quality bolts, which will help you pad more skill, so that you can possibly get like one extra craft out from your enchanters or something. It's basically a sacrificial lamb in that regards. You're sacrificing the concentration from your tailoring a little bit. 5 silks and 6 imbued bright linen bolts in order to spit out. One thing we're 30 points short here. The thing that might help tailoring is that you have to put an absolutely stinky amount of knowledge points into tailoring in order to get anywhere near guaranteeing these, which might cause a lot of people to use lower quality mats and concentration, just because the skill requirement and knowledge point requirement just gets ridiculous. That could actually, just purely because of how many knowledge points, double dip on the concentration. Well, one thing that a lot of players learn in the War Within is that vertical integration is one of the only ways to squeeze out a bit of profit at times. Anything that you can craft yourself in-house instead of buying it off the auction house is potentially saving you at least 5% of the cost. Because if you craft something for 100 gold, you're going to put it on the auction house for at least 105, 106 gold just to break even. This means pretty much everything on the auction house has got a default 5% markup built into it, just because otherwise people are losing gold. So if you can do stuff, in-house, if you can craft things yourself, so if you can be responsible, and this is why thaumaturgy worked really goddamn well. Thaumaturgy allowed you to take one set of materials, more often than not leather, smush it down, get a whole bunch of other basic materials, which meant you were already getting those base materials at a 5% discount, than just buying them off the auction house. Then you spread them out and then you process on another layer. So say you give the ore to jewel crafters and jewel crafters prospect it, and then they take those prospected gems and items and then craft something else with them. Each stage of that process, there's about a 5% margin to be had each time. Meaning if something takes you like 4 steps to get from the raw materials to the actual finished good, there's potentially at least 20% profit in that, even if you just do it all yourself. This is why, even with the purpose of concentration, if you can sort of, make a few of the things internally, you can generate more profit where it wouldn't naturally be. My 25 enchanting tailoring characters from season 1 might have some purpose again. Possibly, yeah. Is there a tier 1 to tier 2 herb craft? No. No, there's no refinement of herbs or ore. But of course, there is only 2 qualities of herbs and ore. And at the moment, it looks like getting high quality herbs and ore is no more difficult than getting quality 2 herbs and ore. Which could cause the whole system to crumble under itself if getting high quality raw materials is too easy. But there is no such thing as a shuffle anymore in Midnight. Moxie is your new artisan security, but Moxie is profession specific. Oh, how many artisan security could we get from this? Oh, from doing the enchanting shuffle now? Absolutely don't. Just don't. Absolutely. There's not anywhere near enough profit in anything right now for you to even consider it. The answers flipping loads. There's because you can technically disenchant Dark Moon trinkets to min-max an enchanter in one day. But you absolutely shouldn't be doing it right now. No way that stays like that, or else they could just remove quality. The problem is I don't have much trust in Blizzard to balance the gathering to make high quality gathered mats actually rare enough. This is my real problem. I can already foresee that within a couple of days, gatherers will have enough knowledge points to quite reliably be getting high quality gathered materials. And if that's the case, there's a knock-on effect of that in everything, right? If you need there to be a reasonable price difference between normal quality mats and high quality mats, so that concentration has some room to move, to breathe, you know? You just want to have a max enchanter. It's about as dirt cheap as it's going to get, though. Well, that's true. Yeah, it doesn't cost more than, I don't know. You probably don't need to spend more than 20,000 gold to, like, basically fully build an enchanter on retail right now. You spend much time gathering yourself. As little as I can get away with. Also known as no, not really. Season 1, I'll make an exception, because if you can go out and get 40, 50,000 gold an hour without really any stress or any bother, then you're often foolish to not. But once you get a lot of crafting professions set up, once you get lots of flipping characters across the entire region set up, you get to a point where you don't really need to do any gathering. Does tailoring hold value here, though? Do we think there's enough? Do we think there's going to be enough difference between? I mean, I've not been able to test gathering of cloth really much at all. You have to spec into getting Sunfire Silk in the first place. But if the War Within taught us anything, it's that there'll be boomkins running around killing everything in sight with whatever spec is needed. Which one is it? Is it this one? Gain 1% drop chance to find cloth in midnight zones for every point in this spec. High quality cloth can now drop in midnight zones. This again worries me, but nothing in here says that bolts can drop. Here's a question for anybody that might have tested this, because I haven't. Has anybody been running around on a tailor on the beta, and has anybody been able to loot the bolts? Or is it just the cloth? Because that makes a world of difference. Tailors being able to get bolts to drop in the open world in the War Within killed a good percentage of was partly the reason why tailoring made basically no money. Because it circumvented the entire first bit of the process, which was the unraveling and then the bolt crafting, because they just dropped in the wild. Eastern Kingdoms cloth, otherworldly cloth. This is where cloth drops more often in the Eversong Woods and Zulaman. Where's the one? High quality cloth drops more often in Eversong Woods. So this is actually just quantity. Where's the one? Ah, yeah. You have to put points in nimble needlework, don't you, before you get... Enemies in midnight zones can now drop Arcano Weave and learn how to make the Arcano Weave bolts from them. But the rare... Yeah, the rare bot, you have to spec 30 points into nimble needlework. Is it 30? No, 20. 20 points in nimble needlework to be able to unlock both of these. So 20 points just to be able to find both of those. I'm just thinking what the Boomkin Taylor farmer character is going to look like. 20 points over here to unlock both of these. Do they need... Okay, 20 points plus this whole tree then, really, isn't it? Skill when crafting, high quality drops more often. Yeah, so 30 plus 50 is 80. 100 points. Those boomkin farmers, those boomkin Taylor farmers are going to need 100 knowledge points before they can get high quality cloth of all types at an optimal rate. So that's interesting for week 1 because 100 knowledge points in tailoring is not a walk in the park. 50 is pretty straightforward, but 100 is a stretch. 100 will be done after a week or so. Yeah, those cloth farming boomkins are going to need 100 points in tailoring. Now I'd also imagine what they will probably also do is continue to put more points and actually then craft the bolts themselves as another way to both farm the materials and then to process them to add extra value to them. That said, that 100 points isn't actually going to get you very far. It's actually 110. What did I miss? 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. You only need 20 points in this node to unlock both of these. If you fill it, yeah, sure, but you don't need to fill it. You just need to get to here. But yeah, they will then probably need to... Yeah, see, that's interesting. That's interesting because if you are actually properly looking at crafting these bolts, you need to basically fill half of this tree. You're going to need the multi-craft from here. You're going to need... Is embroidery just flat skill? Oh, no. It's got multi-craft woven into it as well. Ugh. Yuck. Okay. Yeah, if you actually want to be able to spin these bolts at a profit, you can't rely on just filling this tree. You're going to need to basically have all of this one. So 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 200 points. 200 knowledge points before you can actually make these cooldown bolts properly. Which means the boomkins aren't going to be doing this. Boomkin farmers will have to just spend 100 points and then call it a day. They'll just sell the mats to another tailor that needs them for better reasons. Slightly off track there, but it does still lead me to believe that these bolts could be okay again. The question I'm really looking at here is tailoring worth pairing with your enchanters from a concentration perspective? Logging on and crafting a few bolts every day does synergize quite nicely with crafting a few enchants with concentration every day. That's the rate in which you can just, do both things quite quickly. And if the bolts that you craft with tailoring can then be utilized in your enchanting concentration builds, there's room to add value there, even if you're not using concentration on these particularly. Tailor still becomes kind of useful, but like I said, the problem is to craft these properly, to craft these maybe you just focus purely on getting these at quality 1 as optimally as possible and not worry too much about the skill side of things. But that still means you're slamming huge amounts of points into this tree. It's too many knowledge points. This is too many knowledge points for it to be like a concentration build kind of thing. Unless it's one you start, but you don't switch it on for a while. What's the situation on cloth in Midnight? Be more specific. What do you mean? It's only tailors that gather it again, if that's what you mean. Non-tailoring characters don't find cloth anymore. Much like the War Within. Okay, so if tailors are probably not going to use concentration on these, where would they maybe use concentration? Does tailoring have any other juicy options? Optional reagents. Now, the fact that tailors are going to be able to farm up this high quality stuff puts it in the same sort of category as every other material. That I'm not adding too high of a premium on the base materials. Intermediates, you can add a little bit more of a premium on because some effort has to go in to make high quality intermediates. But raw materials, I'm going to assume high quality ones don't have that much of a premium. This only uses 2 bolts. It only using 2 bolts is problematic. You're not going to really be able to extract much value out of that. 8 materials in total, 6 of which is a raw material. They're the same but different, aren't they? Not really. And look at the amount of flipping concentration you need on these things. Haven't even got... I'm about... Well, that seems just weirdly broken. I'm about an inch away from completion there, and it's still asking me to use 400 concentration on it. Meaning if you only put quality 1 mats in there... Now I make some Q1 of these. Just quickly. Oh, but I can't get Q1 of these. Okay, either way, these are using an awful lot of concentration right now. Meaning if you're only putting quality 1 mats in there to then use concentration, you're making like 1 of those. Yeah, that's not an option. Gear. Tools and accessories. Spell threads is your only other real option then, isn't it? Spell threads could be good. Spell threads have room to move. Petrified root is a delve mat. So that's just going to be cheap as chips. Moats. Moats are moats. Moats are great if you can get resourcefulness on them. Vendor mat. Shards are going to basically be free. Not going to be much of a premium in shards. These are... Once again, this is a base material, but at least it uses 12 of them. It's these bolts. Whatever the premium is on your Arcano Weave bolts, if there's 100 gold difference between a normal and a high quality one, there's 800 gold you can save. And if these are... I don't have flipping Q1s. Not having Q1s is making it very difficult to calculate what's going on here. I should have put those enchanting mats in the vault. Yeah, these spell threads have a little bit of potential. Where do the recipes for the... I have a sneaky feeling one of these is a raid recipe as well. What's the refund on ingenuity? Only 50%. That's not great. That's also not a great start. All of this... Where's the ingenuity node? Does this not give... Spend 3% less concentration? Oh. They've gone that route. Hang on, didn't I determine that this node was pretty busted during my testing? I think I did. That's also another problem for concentration if you've only got a 50% refund at max. Which means you stack multi-craft. Stack multi-craft to the hills. You want to get your multi-craft as high as possible. Arcano spell threads are the only 2 options, really. And I think as a rating, because no quality on half of it, Radiant Shards are going to be basically free anyway. Arcano Weave, there's going to need to be a premium there. And if there is a premium, you multiply it by 12, which is at least nice. So that's 1 point. 8 here, linked to a cooldown. Okay, I think it's a 2-star. It's a 2-star option. It's a 2-star. It's a 2-star option. The issue is it's Taylor's only option. Maybe we put the bolts in here as a... the cooldown bolts, they only get... It's only a 1-star usage of concentration based on the fact that they don't really use a lot of materials. Imbued bright linen bolts. These things kind of frustrate me. Only because they're too easy. I've put feedback in that they need to put some dust or something on these. If they put dust on these, if they make it so it requires dust to make the imbued bright linen bolts, then then there's an option, right? Because dust is going to be at a bit of a premium. And then anything that uses dust, you know, has that premium baked in. If they put if they put 2 pieces of dust on this to make a bolt, an imbued bolt, then you can probably squeeze a bit more out of this, because then you take that 2 dust and you multiply it by 6, right? So then you've got the cost saving of 12 dust. But as it stands right now, it's a bit meh. Both spell threads, but what did you say the good one is from the raid boss? So, both spell threads. It dropping from a raid boss will mean the recipe itself is quite expensive, but the recipe being quite expensive will also demand a premium on the crafted item as well. And if there's less tailors out there that can make them, the high quality ones then are yet even more sought after. So that's good. Cooldown bolts. Have they... I wonder if they've balanced... with 30 points short, I've got 11 points there. 29 points short. Yeah, so you can exactly slap bang on. Okay. Cooldown bolts. Early season. Due to very high KP requirements. Simply the fact that making these at high quality requires an absolutely ludicrous amount of knowledge points will make it more difficult for people to get these set up at, like, en masse. What does, can we have a little looky? What are these things called? Arcano weave bolts. Goes into 26 things. I don't care when it goes into making gear, but I do care when it goes into making commodity items. Optional crafting reagent. Bag, reagent bag, meh. Spell thread. Refreshing gear. Yeah, weapon enchantlet. Bolts going into enchants. Very good. Very good for the bolt market if bolts go into enchants. Decor. Shitloads of the things going into decor. Carpet stuff as well. Like standard throw it down kind of stuff. Cushions. A bed, curtains. Curtains is something that people will buy multiple of. Yeah, there's a much stronger market. Much stronger market for these bolts this time round. If you compare this, where you can safely say that the decor will cause some demand, for sure, and it's often on things that, you know, you might buy multiple of. Going into enchants is always a win, because these are consumable items. People craft a lot of them ahead of time. They're also consumed quite a lot. Now, it's not as good as it going into something like a potion that is used a billion times by just a single player, but it's better than what it was. What's the name of the bolt from The War Within right now? For comparison. My brain has pushed out all of The War Within stuff. Duskweave, that's the one. Duskweave and Dawnweave. Duskweave bolts, for comparison, were, for starters, only used in 8 things. And even those 8 things were a bag, a few bits of crafted gear, the spell threads, which ended up being not super duper mega popular. Yeah, just quite simply, just a lot less stuff to begin with. But not used in like an enchant or something. So there's a much stronger market for these this time. Simply the fact that from being used in 8 things to being used in 26 things, decor is a plus point, and them going into enchants is a plus point. And it's still used in a bunch of other stuff as well. So yeah, there's a much stronger market for these this time, which will always help with their price. The 50% refund is problematic though from a concentration perspective. Really does make concentration probably quite weak for tailoring again. But, you know, we're here to find out what the options are. Right, let's pick another profession. Should we do alchemy? Or should we just work down the list? We've done jewel crafting. We've done enchanting. Tailoring we've done. Let's look at leatherworking, because that was historically tragic in the War Within. Can we find any love for leatherworking this time around? The intermediates are better balanced by the looks of things, which will help. Oh, I haven't filled this tree out. What's this one? This is our ingenuity node. Consuming 5% less. See, now that's problematic. You'd rather have a stronger refund. Genius breakthroughs refunded and oh, okay, so it's in theory meant to be. So 100% refund on leatherworking. Well, that's a good start. Now the question is there anything that you'd want to throw concentration at? How's Multicraft looking on them? That was so deciding in the War Within, because it could be 2 or 16, you never knew. Well, Multicraft is if an item makes only a single thing, Multicraft can then give a rate. It's the base quantity plus. Oh shit! I always forget this. I think it's the base quantity crafted plus 2. Or is it a multiple of? Is it 2 times the? I can't flip it now. I can never remember Multicraft. And this is where I need Licorice to help me. He knows all of this shit. Which is why on things like potions, you can have wild procs. If you're making 5 of something at a time, you know, you could then sometimes proc like plus 18 or something like that. It's absolutely filthy. Filthy procs off Multicraft. What do we got here? Optional reagents. Granting verse to your target. Well, no quality, only motes, 1 mat, byproduct of jewel crafting. That's not great. That doesn't use anything, but it leads me to believe that it probably hasn't had all its mats put on it yet. Only uses one material that even has quality attached to it. It's again not great. Uses an absolute metric ton of motes, but still only has one item that has any form of quality on it. So there's nothing for concentration to do on that. Literally nothing for concentration to do. You can categorically say that there is not going to be like a 355. There's not even going to be a 355 gold difference between these one items. And even at 355 gold difference between these, that would still only give you 1 gold per point of concentration spend, which is not worth logging on the character for. So no. Difficult to gauge without Q1 versions of these mats again, but I would sense it's the same thing again. You're going to go to like 350. No, not enough mats being used here for any of this to feel worth putting concentration on. The big question is going to be when we get to like drums don't have quality, so you can write those off straight away. Armor kits, vendor mat, delve mat, going to be free. Loads of motes. Only uses one material. Only uses 2 materials. Well, that's not a great start. Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. We are really going to be struggling for areas here. The irony is the only place where you might see some value from concentration is on this armor kit, but this is not the armor kit that people are going to want. I think I've looked at this before. I'm getting a sense of deja vu here. Okay. Yeah. Leatherworking's worse for concentration than it was in the War Within. Like, there is actually nothing. Actually nothing. Now, assuming there is some difference in price between normal quality and high quality leather and scales, you'll be able to take whatever that difference is and multiply it by 50. But I would also point out the recipe difficulty of crafting this thing is stupid dum-dum level easy anyway. So it's not going to be hard to make these at high quality in the first place. So they're certainly not going to demand much of a premium. Oh dear, leatherworking has absolutely nothing. Not a single recipe that you're going to even consider using concentration on. Which, I guess in a way, is kind of by design with these big boy crafting professions, because like armor crafting professions, because the theory is you focus on unlocking. Leatherworkers, tailors, blacksmiths are meant to focus on unlocking and getting good at crafting gear, which is where you will use your concentration. The theory goes is you're meant to sell your concentration to the person that wants that high quality piece of gear before you can guarantee it. But that's always a difficult ask, because there'll be somebody out there that claims they can guarantee it, or will undercut you on whatever you're charging. Okay, so it doesn't really matter that leatherworking has 100% refund on ingenuity proc, because there's nothing, absolutely nothing. There's less than a 1-star opportunity on the Scout's armor kit, but they're basically going to be stupid easy. By the time you've also got your profession tools in place in this, yeah, this is a no-go. That's painful. Well, that was a quick one. That was quick. Done jewel crafting, done enchanting, done tailoring, done leatherworking. Inscription. Inscription. Are ciphers and stuff going to be a viable option? Is it going to be Vantis runes, or are we going to be doing missives? What are we doing there then? Is this toon fully kitted? Yeah. So, well, let's look at the inks in the first place. The inks using a lot of pigments. We saw the other day. That we have a bit of an issue with inscription at the moment, being that everything is way too easy. Everything's way too easy. Has that been addressed? Oh. Has this been changed? Oh. Have they been in and have they balanced inscription? I think they've balanced inscription again. Oh, this means we need to have another look at this then. Somebody's been in and somebody's poked around with inscription. Oh, no, I tell a lie. No, it's still broken. That's interesting. Why is my ability to make one of these why do I only get 430 skill from these and 501 skill from these? Oh, we're gonna have to delete this scribe and do it again. Is he bugged? Why don't I have any powder pigments at Q2? Where have they gone? Oh, yeah, something's weird, something's going on. This tailoring feels broken. Yeah, the issue with inscription here still is that you can massively overshoot the recipe difficulty already, meaning there's not really the requirement. If you want to make quality 2 herbs, you can basically if you want to make quality 2 inks, you can start making quality 2 inks using only quality 1 pigments. And by the time you've got 40 points up here as well, you can start making high quality inks using only a fraction of high quality pigments. $466, look. The only high quality pigments you need to make high quality inks is the Argent Leaf. Which, in other words, basically loosely translates to the fact that high quality inks basically come from normal quality herbs. And if that's the case, high quality nothing matters in inscription because it all comes from base materials. So that means that when you look at things like codified azurutes, when you look at ciphers, there is the slight problem with the ciphers that they only use 1 ink each, and then a byproduct material from prospecting. So there's not much room for movement here with concentration anyway. But if we can basically assume that high quality inks are not that difficult to acquire, there's no real place concentration adds any value. So that's slightly problematic. But of course, that's a balance thing. If they jack up the difficulty of actually making the inks, then there might be some value in using low quality inks and concentration. If they basically make it so that high quality inks have to come from all high quality pigments, which isn't the case right now. This is a big question mark. This is a big if, but, and a maybe. If they come in and change this at some point, you've actually then got 20, 35 pigments that go into this, which unironically does mean that there could be some value for concentration there. But only if they come in and change recipe difficulty stuff and change the spec trees. One of my problems with the spec trees, I vaguely remember from the other day, was that you didn't actually need to put points in milling to get really good at milling. So it was kind of a bit cooked, wasn't it? They're sure not done with inscription. One contract's buyable with artisan security. Oh yeah, there's a huge amount of stuff that's broken with all of them, but inscription feels very broken. So hard to gauge if there's going to be any gold to be made via concentration on these. Even if they do rebalance that sort of stuff, you're only using 2 inks here, which isn't exactly a lot. Let's say they do make it so it's harder to make quality 2 inks. What's there going to be? Like 100 gold premium for a high quality ink? Well, in that case, you're still only getting 200 gold. So you got the issue you have with these is they just don't use enough materials. There needs to be something good with Ingenuity, because you do actually get 100% refund, apparently, with Inscription, which is a very good start. So much so that you may even want to look at stacking Ingenuity to take advantage of that. Although Multicraft does still usually win where it's possible to use. Because if Multicraft procs, it gives you multiple of a free item. If Ingenuity procs, it just gives you the ability to craft it again. So Multicraft will still win over Ingenuity nearly every single day. What profession so far that you've gone over will give me the most gold in the beginning? It's way too broad of a question, unfortunately, because every profession has many different things you could do with it. But if you're looking at it that simply, just herbing and mining. Herbing and mining will make you the absolute most gold with the least effort. Without a doubt. You make as much gold as the effort you put in. And at the beginning of the expansion, herbing and mining is usually good for, I don't know, what, like 50k gold an hour. The Dark Moon stuff felt really odd. There's no rhyme or reason for you to use any concentration on this. The sigils. The sigils are an interesting one. The fact that they use 5 soul ciphers does mean that if changes are made and there's a markup on there ends up being a markup on these, which there won't currently because they'll be too easy to make because people will just be able to use high quality inks. If there is a bit of a markup on these, you've got 5 times that markup. Which means your use of concentration will be helpful. Can I get 5 soul ciphers at Q1 just to oh, 9 multicraft. Yeah, see, when an item has the chance of making more than 1, the multicraft can be absolutely silly. which is why, regardless of how good your ingenuity looks, you stack multi-craft. Because if you concentrated and you got quality 2 and then you got a 9 proc, you have won the game. Oof, ouch, 333 concentration. This is another thing I've spotted. Even on items where you might look to throw concentration at it, using Q1 mats is forcing you into a position where you are not really going to be able to make more than like, well, in this scenario, you can make exactly 3 of these, assuming you have a full bar. So whatever the difference between 5 soul ciphers at Q1 and Q2 is, 100 gold markup there is a 500 gold premium. See, I hope people are starting to get my issue with this right now, is that concentration looks to be quite nerfed for the War Within, because even if there's 100, even if the high quality ones cost 100 gold more, even 200 gold more, even 200 gold more, that's only 1,000 gold per craft. That means when you can only craft 3 of them, that means you make a profit of 3,000 gold from your, that's 3 gold per concentration, which is, you know, end of season 3 enchanting level quality, not beginning of season 1 kind of quality. I don't think we're ever in a world where we're going to see like 20 plus gold per concentration basically ever again. But there are so many big ifs here. You also have to then consider that if you are going to look at crafting these, for example, moats are quite lucrative, meaning not only do you want to be stacking your multi-craft via your tools up here, you probably want to make sure you're getting as much resourcefulness as well, so then when it does proc, hopefully, you know, adds a little bit more. Oh, God. Would you say jewel crafting has a chance to stay good? Well, jewel crafting has been my #1 profession literally since it came out in the Burning Crusade. But that is because it's a bit of a maths problem. Jewel crafting, the very first thing you have to figure out is prospecting, and most people don't make it past that point, which means most people have no idea what anything costs with jewel crafting, and most people then just let somebody else do it. If you can figure out prospecting and you can fully understand your material prices, then jewel crafting can be a really good one. But it's a big maths problem. If you don't like maths, then it's a nightmare. Which is arguably why it makes gold, because most people don't like maths. These are endgame crafted items, so it doesn't really count. Same with the weapons. Missives, we fall into the same problem we were talking about earlier. There's just not that many intermediates that are used here. Only 4 intermediate materials. Even if there is a markup, you don't have a big multiplier because it uses so few of them. And at the moment, Q2 inks are going to be too easy to make. Profession equipment doesn't count. These are warbound anyway. The Vantis rune is dead on arrival for concentration by the fact it uses 1 map. It will change. Vantis rune becomes an option if they add more materials to it. Only if they add more materials. It seems a bit silly to me that this is literally the only thing it takes to make. It means your Vantis rune could end up being like, you know, a quality, you know, a Vantis rune could end up being a couple of 100 gold, which I think Blizzard tends to want them to be a little bit more than that. But from what I've seen so far, there hasn't been a single change that has made me go, I like this in the Midnight Professions. They're few and far between. I like that Alchemy's research has been made deterministic rather than it being a complete random fest. That said, they then chose to leave the complete random fest in engineering. I can't believe they went to the time and the effort to make the deterministic unlock system for alchemy and didn't copy paste it to engineering. But sure. I liked that. I did like the theory behind the baby spark system, allowing players to craft like mini versions of sparks. Yet they have gone and changed that and put it behind an RNG wall. A low percentage drop chance RNG wall at that, which is a bit of an ouch. It was an I like this until they changed it. Most everything else that's been simplified or removed is, yeah. You create a spreadsheet for what is BiS for Conc, or just finding. I'm basic. I'll show you exactly what I'm my notes. I'm just jotting down with each profession, what things you might possibly throw concentration at, because it's not a given that concentration really adds value on most crafts anyway. Once we've got a bit of a short list of exactly what items you might look at crafting with each profession. Of which, to be brutally honest, so far is nearly exactly the same as the War Within. Then you can start deciding, well, which profession may or may not be the best for concentration. The irony for me right now is Dawn Crafting is actually looking as if it could stand out as being the best, just purely because it still has its 100% refund, which means you can just get lucky and do some wonderful things. If you get a few ingenuity procs with Dawn Crafting, and the fact that you can stack multicraft, whenever you do get an ingenuity proc, that gives you another chance for a nice big juicy multicraft. So this is a good combo, and the things you're looking at crafting actually look as if they might be A, quite sought after, and B, just difficult to make at top quality in the first place. Unironically, I think Dawn Crafting is actually almost standing out for me as the winner so far. Enchanting is clearly been nerfed, but there's so many different things that could make gold with it. The downside, though, is they've nerfed it to a 70% refund. So because of that, you're going to be forced into stacking resourcefulness instead. Meaning instead of making, 8 to 12 items with a bar of concentration, you might now only be making like 3 or 4 enchants, which is going to dramatically reduce the amount of profit that each enchanting ult actually makes. Inscription, it's nice that it's got the 100% refund, but it's lacking options. Vansis Rune, but it requires them to hotfix it to add more stuff on it. If it stays like this, you're not going to put concentration on that. Contracts, same again. They use 2 inks. Don't use enough materials. There would have to be 500 gold premium for the high quality inks for you to even consider using concentration on these. 4 inks. This is all profession gear, so it's bind on pickup, work ordery stuff. Treatise, yeah. Okay. Inscription doesn't really look to have anything either. But it all is weighted on the difficulty of making high quality inks. If they balance things to make the inks more difficult to obtain, there is more chance. But the chance is still pretty low. The issue is the missives, they just don't use a lot of mats. With everything, with it all using moats now and moats not having quality, even if they make inks more difficult to craft at high quality, it still only uses 4 of them. it still only uses 4 of them. And if you were to use only quality 1 inks, you'd only actually be able to make 3 missives with a full bar of concentration. So let's say there's 100 gold premium here. You're looking at 400 gold times 3, 1,200 gold with full bar of concentration. 1.2 gold per point of concentration. It's stinky by the War Within, you know, terms. Most enchanters don't get out of bed for less than 5 gold per point of concentration, you know? And that, I should point out, is if they make inks harder to make. Whereas at the moment, they're stupid level easy to make. Even the if they fix it scenario doesn't look great when it uses so few materials. Mantis runes, but only if they add more mats. The irony is if they make inks more difficult to craft, you're actually, or well, they need to make milling more difficult. That's really what it comes down to. They need to make it so that milling is also more difficult, because as of right now, it's not. To be fair, you still are going to need to mill high quality herbs, but you'll then get high quality pigments really quite easily. It's, what did we work it out to be the other day? Like 60 points. 60 points before you can take high quality herbs and guarantee high quality pigments. At the moment, oh no, you would still need to take high quality herbs to get high quality pigments. But at the moment, when you come to the inks, you can actually drop most of the inks down to low quality. Which ones did we say you had to be at high quality? Those ones. The numbers don't seem to add up right for one of the inks. It makes me think they've changed something somewhere. Because if I do the same here, I get a different result. Which doesn't make sense. I don't know. Whatever it is. Inks is a maybe. But you also need to bear in mind that you create 2 from these. So that's the equivalent of halving the amount of materials. Still stack multi-craft. Okay, I've got engineering to look at and alchemy. Alchemy's usually got options. We get engineering out of the way because I think I know the answer to engineering pretty quickly. I think I know the answer to engineering real fast. Which is that I don't think it's got nothing to offer. I wonder if they realised how broken Conc armies were. Made 50 million from 200k. Yeah, this is it. If you were willing to grind, you're willing to treat concentration alts and crafting like other people would treat herbing and mining, just mindlessly grind it out. With enough characters, the sky has been the limit, but it's this is the reason why people are spending all of Remix leveling a whole bunch of alts now. Because even, they're like, 2 things are going to happen. There's going to be exponentially more people looking at using concentration as a way to make gold. at the very same time, they clearly seem to have like nerfed a lot of the options. So it's like a double nerf, right? The exponentially more people doing it means there's less profit for each person doing it. The reason it worked so well in the War Within is because there was a limit to the amount of people doing it, or it took people a bunch of if you were doing like big concentration army in season 1, you were making a lot of gold. Sure, it took you a lot of effort, but back in the day where you were making 15 to 20 gold per point of concentration on every enchanting ult, you know, you could have stopped doing it in season 2 and you could still be riding off the profits of that. It's never going to be that lucrative again. I think if you get 5 gold per point of concentration in Midnight, you've found a niche and you should keep quiet about it. That's the way it's looking to me. Unless I've vastly understated the cost of some of these materials. And this isn't a blow my own trumpet thing here, but historically I'm pretty good at guesstimating the price of what mats will be. I'm usually not too far off. And unless I've really missed something blatantly obvious, I can't imagine I'm too far off on my guesstimations right now. A 100% refund on engineering. But same rules apply. Stack multi-craft. What may we possibly be looking at crafting? Why do I not have any copper ore? Give me some copper ore. I haven't fully finished min-maxing this character, so this might be a little bit more.
Looking for something special?
I haven't got any quality 1 of that stuff, but I can cheese some from here.
We shall meet again.
Your basic ass parts. Basic parts. Vendor mat, 10 ore. 200 concentration. Are they excessively difficult to produce at top quality anyway? You only get 40 points from that. Going on there. Oh, I haven't finished fully building this out. That'll be why. 10 skill when crafting reagents. $30 points in here is going to be enough to... Why didn't that do anything? Yeah, okay, your basic parts here are going to suffer from the same issue. That you're going to be looking at mass producing these at high quality without actually needing all the high quality ones. You're going to be able to supplement in 3 lower quality ore in order to mass produce these at high quality all the same. When something is too easy to make, it also means that the high quality ones lose their value because they're too easy to make. Meaning you're actually only really saving the price difference of 7 ore and 5 ore here. Relatively low amount of concentration needed though does mean you'll be able to bang out a bunch of them. So let's say there's a 10 gold difference between the materials. 70 gold plus 50 gold, 120 gold. 120 gold, but you're likely to be able to make 10 of them. Still only 1,200 gold, isn't it, from a full bar? It's still not very fancy. Now, yeah, still not super fancy. Crazy they removed the crafted optionals. I thought there were very reliable profit crafts throughout the War Within for anybody. Some of them just needed a slight balance adjustments. Instead, they reserved them for patrons only. Praying you can at least buy them off the auction house. Yeah, I can't help but state that most of the people that probably lurk in my stream, most of the people that are chatting amongst yourselves a lot of the time in the stream, a lot of people that, you know, spend time in the Discord, probably all share a similar opinion that the things that they've carved out of the professions are actually some of the things that made the professions a little bit more interesting to play with. Which, for a lot of us, weren't necessarily overly complex anyway. And then there are places that basically all of us unanimously would probably point out as being a bit shit, have not been touched. Such as things like profession catch-up, unnecessarily difficult to understand spec trees, lack of information on how certain stats interact with certain crafts. There's lots of little things that could definitely have been changed, which would have made the entire system feel better. Gonna be honest, listening to how the market is going to look, it's a bit discouraging. Feels to me like Blizzard wants players to not make that much gold as before. They either know exactly what they're doing or none at all. Or not at all. The funny thing is for me, right, is that pretty much every single expansion, there's usually the mindset of Blizzard has nerfed a lot of the gold making opportunities. Going into Dragonflight, for example, we lost things like callings, but obviously we had the entire profession revamp to focus on. The flip side of that is that there is usually something significant that is coming that's new that people can then jump onto, and those that are proactive and jump onto the new thing, that's usually where the gold is, because it's new and it takes most people an expansion to realize that something even exists. Dragonflight, obviously, the entire shit was new. The entire thing was new, right? The entire profession system had its revamp in Dragonflight, which meant that the players that really took a hold of it quickly made a lot of gold in Dragonflight from doing that. At least in Dragonflight, from one season to another, there was like mini updates. We had all of the what was it called? We had that tier of like new embellishments and whatever. We also then had like Dracothists and stuff added. We had the shenanigans with the Elemental Lariat, which in turn caused like prospecting in diamonds to do silly things. Dragonflight, even though it felt at the time like we didn't get much of an update from one season to another, they did at least give us things like Nax came in Dragonflight, which presented a very good farming opportunity and a fun little sort of unlock system. We had all of the ancient recipes returning, which was another goal-making opportunity there for people that went out and got them, crafted the new transmog, especially since a lot of that transmog was relatively unique. So there's a lot that happened in Dragonflight, but there was still that discourse of a lot of people that, oh, they've removed callings, there's no gold to be made anymore. And actually, maybe I was a little bit at fault for this. In Dragonflight, one thing that I did point out to a lot of people is what I referred to as the low-hanging fruit was kind of sliced off. They made it more difficult to get on the gold-making bandwagon. And And it created a system where you either were content with not making any gold whatsoever and just bought tokens, or you had to do something pretty consistently and pretty sophisticated to keep up with your professions. There wasn't that middle ground, which is what I sort of refer to as the low-hanging fruit being cut off. There was no easy thing for people to grab onto to make a bit of gold, which is what callings were back in the day. Even basic gathering fell into that category previously. Mission tables fell into that category as something that's just kind of like quick and easy for people to get onto. And in the War Within, hey presto, concentration turns up, and concentration has in theory been that low-hanging fruit, that easy thing for people to grab onto. Level a bunch of alts, do a very modest setup with a profession, or just simply follow a step-by-step, and then press a few buttons once every few days and make a bit of gold. That was the low-hanging fruit. But the problem is because that's nearly the only thing that still exists. We're going into midnight, and unless they have lots of stuff planned that we don't see right now, there's nothing big, new, or exciting for the professions. Concentration and patron orders were the two big significant improvements going into the War Within, whereas in going into midnight, they haven't added, but they've, flipping hell, we've crashed. Hang on. Team YouTube, have we crashed? Team YouTube looks like we might be still good. The YouTube stream is still on. Yeah, I don't know why this happens. I don't know why something kills the Twitch stream, but the YouTube stream still works. I mean, I am sending the same file to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so it's clearly something at Twitch's end that kills it my end, which is odd. Okay, for the purpose of, to be fair, I've been live nearly 5 hours, and in an hour's time, I've actually got to go. I've actually got to go anyway. For the purpose of Team YouTube, I'll do my mini outro, and I'll let Team Twitch know that we're done for the day. Twitch is being done. Twitch is being done. Back Monday. Back in see you on December, boys and girls. See you December. Have yourself a wonderful weekend if you are still lurking on Team YouTube. I do appreciate it. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. On Monday, it's officially December the 1st. My advent calendar's here, so we'll be able to have a little bit of a look at that. Twitch is being stupid. But anyway, enjoy your weekend. Thank you for stopping by. We'll continue this on Monday. Love you all. See you in a bit. Peace.